celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carrot, and Cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
Wow, your new furniture is gorgeous.
All from Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield.
That big place with all the unique stuff?
Exactly. Thousands of high-quality pieces, everything from timeless antiques to modern designer brands like Stickley and Baker.
I need to go.
Let's do it. It's their 4th of July sale.
Save 20 to 50% store-wide now at Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield or online at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Open late and Sundays. Sale runs now through July 7th.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
David Bonson.
What's on your mind?
The surprising victory of Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral Democratic primary has sent shockwaves throughout the political punditry world. Mamdani, a 33-year-old socialist with a shocking record of defending anti-Semitism, not only defeated his well-funded, high-name recognition opponent, Andrew Cuomo, he trounced him. In what should now be a cakewalk to victory in the general election, given New York City voter registration reality, the nation's largest city will have elected the most radical, far-left, explicitly socialist candidate in American history to such a high-profile office. Post-election commentary contains the expected narrative. Mamdani was young and energetic. Cuomo was old and boring. Mamdani spoke to what voters care about. Cuomo failed to connect. Social media is authentic. Super PACs reflect corporate corruption. There are nuggets of truth in all of this, and whatever it means for the Democratic Party is not that important to this center-right conservative. What I believe is important is the message for the center-right in this country, especially those of us who believe in movement conservatism. This is what we will get nationally if we do not repudiate right-wing populism. Mamdani ran in promising to force chicken and rice to sell for $8 instead of $10. He promised to make public transportation free. He wants the city to run a chain of grocery stores. He wants free universal child care. He wants a freeze on rents going higher. He wants a $30 an hour minimum wage. He promised to raise taxes on corporations and wealthy earners in Manhattan, undertaxed as they are, apparently. It was a brutally honest campaign. He ran a fever swamp campaign of left-wing populist delusions, and it worked. The reason I say this is a warning for the right is not because the right is fighting these arguments and failing to prevail. It is because the modern moment of right-wing populism is essentially borrowing from these arguments, but with less magnitude and force, and finding out the hard way that state power and grotesque economic interventions will always be done with more drama by the left than the right. Our worldview has been compromised by a school of thought that state power is a good thing, that merely having the right enemies is enough to legitimize government overreach, and that two can play at the game of messianic promises when it comes to the economy. Wage controls, price controls, and soak-the-rich class warfare, verifiably failed policies for reasons conservatives could historically explain, are now standard fare in the new right playbook. They have their appeal as various constituencies in American life who believe the country is not working for them seek out popular solutions for what ails them. History's lessons on the failures of these draconian policies are irrelevant. And once the right decides their job is to outdo the left with nanny-like promises of what the government can do for the people, we are well on our way down the slippery slope. And that slippery slope will not stop with a Zohran Mamdani in the New York City mayoral mansion. It could very well end with AOC or Mamdani in the White House. I'm David Bonson, managing partner of the Bonson Group, author of Full-Time Work in the Meaning of Life.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Greg
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it, and the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. We'll find out how the labor market looks when the government's jobs report comes out Thursday morning. We've already heard from payroll processor ADP that says the private sector lost 33,000 jobs in June. That was a surprise, since many analysts thought there'd be a gain of 100,000 jobs. The report's chief economist says employers are showing a hesitancy to hire and a reluctance to replace departing workers. A second wave of layoffs is underway at Microsoft. A spokesman says less than 4% of the company's total workforce will be impacted, but that still means 9,000 jobs lost. The company is trying to control costs while it ramps up spending on artificial intelligence. OpenAI needs more energy as part of its Stargate initiative to beef up AI infrastructure, so it's renting 4.5 gigawatts of computing power. That's massive. From Oracle's data centers. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Don't miss out on a hot ticket. The Nelly post-game concert presented by Jim Beam is on Tuesday, July 22nd after the Phillies host the Red Sox at 6:45. Secure seats and field passes today at phillies.com/theme nights. Kids 14 and under are sure to be the coolest on the beach with the Philadelphia Water Ice Fanatic Beach Towel. Get yours on Sunday, July 6th at 1:35 when the Phillies play the Reds. Order tickets now at phillies.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinis with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And good morning, everybody. We are underway on this thirsty Thursday, July 3rd. Get your fireworks ready. Start firing them off. We'll see UFOs in the sky, trash in the streets. We've got your Philly mayor and city solicitor now being held hostage by District Council 33. We have a trash flotilla in the Delaware and the Schuylkill Rivers. We've got everything for you today, including the latest on anything that matters. So welcome aboard. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin again, filling in for Kayal and Company. Nick Kayal, Dawn, and the great Greg Stocker off as we get ready for the 4th of July weekend. And what will happen in Philadelphia on this 4th of July weekend, Miss Robin, as we bring in producer Big Dan and Phil Almquist in the studios in Philadelphia. We are here live in the shadows of Alligator Alcatraz, better known as, what do we call it yesterday, Robin?
Gator Gitmo.
Gator Gitmo, yo. Come on down. We got a lot of good stuff today. We got the city held hostage.
Oh, guys, I forgot the theme music for today. I'm sorry.
Philadelphia, we are here live in the shadows of Alligator Alcatraz. What happened?
Down in the swamp where the wild things bite. Gator Gitmo's gate shine in the moonlight. Python slither past a razor wire fence. Mosquitoes buzzing thick with no defense. Welcome to Gator Gitmo, where the gators grin, where the Everglades hold secrets deep
Love it.
Yank my doodle, it's a dandy. It is 4th of July weekend, starting early. Let's be honest, people have mailed this weekend. When we look at the course of the year, Robin, when it's Thanksgiving, the people aren't showing up for work. It used to be Wednesday, everybody left for Thanksgiving, right?
Right.
4th of July, if it's on a Friday, which it is this year, tomorrow is 4th of July. So people have not worked the last couple of days. Some people take, and again, you can take time off. If you work at a place, or if you don't work and you don't have to worry about taking time off, then you do what you do. But a lot of people take off this time of the year. The sports world comes to a pretty slow
it's kind of
right
summer
now.
anyway.
It's baseball. You got WNBA. I know you got people being traded.
The WNBA? Okay.
No. You got people being traded. Like everybody in the NBA has been traded for another guy. The hockey stuff's going on. But it's all, the stuff that no games of import are going on. I know there's some soccer and golf and that stuff, but it's not about sports. It's about summer. Summer is here. Summer in the city. The back of my trash net getting dirty and gritty. And that's the big story, Dan and Robin. The trash strike in Philadelphia is not just another municipal strike in a big city. This one has gotten ugly. And the sad reality of this, and I said this yesterday morning on this show, I said that the Philadelphia mayor, the city solicitor, are now basically being held hostage by District Council 33, the powerful union that represents these workers. Because as we've seen, and we've seen some of the tape, and Steve Keeley at Fox 29 doing a great job. Amazing. Sergeant Mark Fusetti is going to join us later on in the show. He's been tracking the kind of stuff that's going on. And this isn't your basic, hey, guy threw a trash bag out on the street and it emptied out. This is getting ugly. It's gotten so ugly that the city is now going to court. They're getting injunctions. They're filing lawsuits, court orders to try to get the union to sit down and stop listen, this is not your basic, I lit a bag with horse poop or human feces on fire and put it on your step at Halloween, rang the doorbell and ran away. This is serious, serious stuff. And I don't know if you've been following a lot of this, Robin, because we've been busy. But I just tried to get caught up. I was up at 3:30 this morning, and you know why? Because we went to sleep at like 8 o'clock last night. So
awesome.
I'm fully charged today. I mean, the sights and sounds and scenes of what's happening, and this happens in every city when there's this looks like New York City at 3 a.m., except in New York City at 3 a.m. when all the restaurants and businesses put their trash out, they got trucks that come in and clean it, and then they hose down the main street. Yeah.
I mean, literally, if you go to New York City, that's what it looks like on almost every major corner, and then the next morning, it's all gone.
Yeah, but they don't have the big dumpsters, and the big dumpsters were brought in by the city, but those big dumpsters were filled within minutes of them, and all over the city, and it's sad to see. And now here we are on the 3rd of July, a big weekend coming up, and it was pretty pathetic yesterday. And I want to play this cut to start it off. This is from Steve Keeley yesterday. It's the city solicitor, Renee Garcia. I don't know if you saw this. This was yesterday during a news conference where they basically threw their hands in the air like they really care, but they can't do anything to stop it, as I suggested yesterday, unless they get serious. Now, again, it's all about leverage in this world. And when you have unions and other unions now in the city that represent other workers getting involved in this strike, and people now shaming other workers who are not affiliated with District Council 33 into, why are you working when we're on strike? That's what happens in a big city when it's run by major unions that run the city services. That's the problem. I'm not anti-union. I've said it before. But when you put the onus, when the mayor cannot get things done, and this is, I said this yesterday, the biggest test for the mayor. She hasn't had really many big tests. This is the biggest one. So I want to play this. This is City Solicitor Renee Garcia yesterday after the city got clowned and day 2 in. Now we're into day 3. And the city's getting clowned, and they're basically suing everybody. They're getting court injunctions, court orders. Philadelphia held hostage. Let's go to the city solicitor yesterday and look at the panic in the faces of the people who run the great city of Philadelphia.
We filed 3 injunctions yesterday and received relief on each of them. The first, we sought to compel essential water employees back to our facilities. Making clean water is the most important thing we can do in this city. Without clean water, we have a health emergency. We were able to get 72 employees ordered back to the facilities. The second was to bring back essential 911 dispatchers for both police and fire. As you know, is another critical service in the city, especially during these times when there is a lot of disruption going around the city. We have to be able to take those calls. And we were able to get the court to order 237 dispatchers back. The third injunction was for illegal picketing activity. We saw a lot of activity yesterday that was not just picketers exercising their First Amendment rights. They were preventing our employees from getting into buildings. They were harassing our employees, harassing our residents, blocking access to health centers, to libraries, to recreation centers, to sanitation centers across the city, to our water facilities. We were able to get an injunction on this third motion as well. Since this order went into effect, the city has received numerous reports of noncompliance starting this morning. We have been working with our police and our partners at the Sheriff's Office, to do as much as we can to mitigate the illegal activities that we have seen.
Comments?
That sounds that sounds insurrection-y to me, doesn't it? When employees who work for the city are now preventing other employees or vital services like 911 and people going into health centers, to me, that sounds like an insurrection, right? Are these people being arrested? They're getting, and now, obviously, some people who have been ordered by the courts have been obviously don't want to go to jail, so they abide by it, especially 911 operators. When you don't have 911, and I know 911 is a joke in Oaktown, but 911 can't become a joke in Philadelphia, especially with a big weekend coming up. 4th of July, fireworks, there's going to be all kinds of crazy stuff going on. And then you got floating trash running down the Schuylkill River. It's a flotilla. Reminds me of the Phillies back in the day when Vicente Padilla, remember the pitcher for the Phillies?
We had a Bruno
We had the Bruno flotilla.
Did you really?
Yes, we had we didn't have trash. We just had we had our tubes, and we went up to New Hope, and then we tubed down the Delaware River. We used to do it every summer. It was the Bruno flotilla. And now, of course, we got the trash.
But we didn't call it flotilla. We called it flotilla.
Flotilla. There's the Schuylkill River.
Yeah, it looked like that, except people having fun on
that should be going right by your studios pretty soon, right?
Oh,
that's like right outside the studios there.
What is that?
On the Schuylkill River.
No, look at the location. This is right outside the studio.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's the Market Street Bridge there.
So for those that on YouTube, right there, that building, that's where we broadcast out of.
Yeah, right there.
This morning coming in, I look over to the Schuylkill River. There's a flotilla.
And there's the floating trash, baby. Is anybody riding on that thing? You never know. Maybe some people get out there with a couple of canoes.
I see a rat trying to get off.
That's past the falls, though. So you're on the downside of the falls up there, a little north of that, near the art museum area. You know where the falls come over, where the waterworks are.
Yes.
You've been there, Robin.
Yes. I'm trying to see though what the trash, what's in it.
It's like a lot of compilation. Looks like cars, tires. Any bodies in there? As you know, when we lived in Dockside on the Delaware, routinely there would be dead bodies floating down the river.
I know this sounds somewhat macabre, but every time I looked out to the river, I always went and I did a glance. I said, "Are there any bodies today?" I never saw one myself, but I know that they were there, and I would find out later that one had come by, and it was very sad. But doesn't that look like tree stumps?
I'm zooming in, and there's a lot of stuff there.
There could very well be a body buried in there, and nobody would know. I mean,
creepy.
That kind of looks like a skull.
You know what it looks like to me, though? I don't know. This is just a wild guess. Like a construction company did some clearing of something and then just dumped it into the river.
Yeah, it looks like trees, tree limbs, telephone poles.
Is that because the dump's not open or something? I
don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah,
when you don't have trash pickup, then you're going to have people who have like household waste, people that have tires. I remember when everybody would take their tires up there to the, up off of Packer. What? Oh, we have Lily?
Yes, but she was going to
she was going to mess up the show.
She was going to sip on my computer.
So people who have tires now, you have to pay to get rid of your tires. So what a lot of people do is they take their tires and they dump them on the side of the road up there near the Philadelphia Auto Mall area. You've driven by there. That people dump stuff all over the place. You know why people dump stuff illegally even when there's not a trash strike? Because they can get away with it.
Yeah.
Because they do it in the middle of the night. And so they just trash the city. And it happens in a lot of places. I mean, you go to L.A., you go to San Francisco, there's trash everywhere. People live in trash.
Now
we have recycling, different containers. You know what the different containers do? There's classic video of this. You know when people have like 3 different trash?
Yes.
One's blue, and then one's for recycling, and green is for your yard
Yeah,
waste.
then there's another one just for plastics and glass.
Plastics, and then you see the guys come up and pick it up, and they throw it all in the same dumpster. They make you feel good about recycling, right? And then the recycling stuff and trash all go to the same place.
My wife was so disheartened to find out because when we lived in the city, it was just like, they would just pick up the recyclables and even just put it into the trash truck right there in front of the house.
Yep.
They just didn't even hide it.
I love the separate ones. Look, outside of she places, only paper here, only paper, only plastic here, and everything else in here.
My favorite are the trash cans that have the 3 holes. Like, this is where the bottles go.
Yeah.
And then they all go in the same bin.
All go in the same.
And then the guy comes, he lifts the big top up, and all 3 go into the same thing. And then you're supposed to, I recycled today. I've saved the planet. What's going to save Philadelphia right now from this trash strike? Because this is ugly. And that's the thing that scares me. Because when you give power to people who control your everyday life, and let's be honest, again, I'm not anti-union, but when the unions control, these vital services, and they don't have a contract, and the city doesn't make a deal with them, they go on strike. Mm-hmm. They go on strike. And now, not just the strike, there was a terrible video yesterday of a gentleman who was working for District Council 33, and he went up to, I don't know if you have that in the system, Dan, but there was a guy who apparently went over to a PGW worker, Philadelphia Gas Works, different union, and the guy says, "Why are you working? We're on strike." And it's allegedly the guy got a knife and punctured one of the tires on this guy's equipment, and then it got ugly, and there was a fight. The guy had to be taken to the hospital. Wow. Then he was released and arrested. So this is the kind of stuff that gets ugly. And when you have different unions being forced to not cross the picket lines of the big union, District Council 33, the other unions feel compelled to not cross the picket line. And so that's the problem in Philly right now. And again, a lot of cities are having, I just saw a story this morning where, what's the town? It was a town in New Jersey. At Chester. Chester's water department. Chester, Pennsylvania, right up 95 there. Chester's water department is now angry because their water department is run by a union. And now the city of Chester is trying to privatize their water department. And so when you have that going on, and now you got people saying, you can't have a private company running a city's water department because if something happens, who's going to be held accountable? Well, the city. If the city's in charge of the water department, they're held accountable.
No matter who.
Yeah, whether it's run by a union or run by the city, it's still run by government. And so they're basically saying the union representing the Chester Water Department is saying that we can't have the city running the water department as a city service or make it private. Well, let's give it to the unions. And so that's the battle that's going on now in a lot of cities where you have to try to figure out who's in charge if something happens where unions are in charge of making sure that the trash is picked up, that 911 calls are answered. That's what Philadelphia is facing right now. And this is a crisis. Let's go back to, is this Renee Garcia again? Renee, what do you got to say?
But they have not stopped. And Mayor, we were patient this morning, and we worked through the union, and we chalked it up to maybe everybody doesn't have the information. Yes. But it's been almost 24 hours now. And the kind of things that we are dealing with are jammed locks at health centers. We couldn't get our doctors into the health centers today. Opening fire hydrants. Yesterday they were slashing tires on trucks. Preventing trash drop-offs. We have residents going to drop off their trash and they're getting harassed on their way. Preventing workers from getting into our water facilities. We were supposed to have a shift change on one of our facilities. The next crew was blocked from going in. They're blocking trucks from delivering chemicals to our water facilities. At one location where we had employees locked inside, they shut off the water to this building from the outside and then parked their car over the valve. Okay? This is not legal activity. This is in violation of injunctions. It needs to stop. Just 2 hours ago, at one of our sanitation centers, they breached the fence. They came in and they started taking trash from dumpsters and compactors and throwing it on the floor. Now, we're beyond disrespect. This is disgraceful. It is illegal. And it needs to stop now.
Wait a minute. People are doing illegal things against court orders? Who would have thunk it?
You know, and what happens when this stuff is going on, it immediately loses their point of what they're trying to argue for.
No, it makes their point because they have the leverage. They own the mayor. They
could have made the point
official.
without all of this stuff, like without being.
But that's what they do. At least they didn't bring the inflatable rat out, did they? Did they bring the big inflatable rats out? Well, actually, the rats will come out on their own now. They'll be real live big rats.
They don't
going
need
through garbage and eating people's, thrown out DoorDash delivery.
Hey, Tony, you know what we do need, though, sometimes?
What? We need a break?
We need a new car.
Yes, we do. Well, we don't right now, but we're getting close. We may be trading in the truck once we get into the house.
This segment is sponsored by Piazza Auto Group, which has Mercedes-Benz Dream Days, and it's only at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Get exceptional pricing on the C-Class and E-Class sedans, the CLE Coupe, and the EQE sedan. Find your Mercedes today at Piazza Auto Group.
Exactly right. We're just getting this party started on a Thursday, July 3rd. Much more still ahead. We'll talk to Mark Fusetti later on. We'll have UFOs. We'll have Ain't No Baby Oil parties like a Diddy Baby Oil party update. We got a mass shooting in Chicago after a rapper party for Emilio Bucks. 19 people shot, 3 dead in an after-party album release party in Chicago. Sweet home, Chicago. We're coming right back. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
An official message from Medicare.
I turned 65 this year. I knew it was time to figure out Medicare, and I had questions, like when to enroll and how to enroll. So I went straight to the official source, Medicare.gov, to get the facts about Medicare. I found answers to all my questions, and I'm ready to get started. And so can you. Just go to Medicare.gov to get the real facts about Medicare.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yes, it's a criminal Alcatraz here in Florida. You can feel it from here. The hysteria continues around the country over the alligator Alcatraz, Gator Gitmo. But the songs keep cranking out. Mike Opelka, once again, finding all of these great tunes.
No, so I know what he's doing now.
What's he doing?
He wrote the words.
Right.
And then there's this app that you can choose which genre you like. So you can have it be
so this is AI?
pop. Yes.
AI.
And then you can choose what tone of voice you want, male, female, high, whatever. We should. I haven't tried it, but I've heard it, and I didn't realize how great it sounds.
What is this? Gemini? Which one of the AIs is it?
I don't know which. We'll have to ask him which one he's using.
If
but
I can get him on the
I
phone,
didn't
you want me
realize
to get him
how.
to call in?
Yeah.
Get him on the phone.
Believe how great it sounds.
It is. That's good stuff. We can make our own songs now. That'll help me in my next karaoke appearance somewhere. By the way, former FBI Director James Comey's daughter Maureen was the big loser in the Diddy trial. Did you know that? The Diddy trial came to an end, and people were happy. They were out there with the baby oil. We'll play that later on. Of course, what's on the cut sheet coming up as per usual? We will have, am I right, Producer Dan? We will have the great Fight Club also later on today, right? That's still, even though it's a holiday and, you know.
And we got the end of the week, so we got 4 videos. Well, 5 videos to
Woohoo!
go through. Yeah.
How many? 4.
4.
So we got a lot of stuff to talk about.
You know
what
else
rip.
we need to do?
I hate to rip people on the air, but I got to rip Mike Fitzpatrick, who was a member of the Pennsylvania House in the 8th District in the U.S. House of Representatives from Langhorne, where he only has one location.
What did he do?
He didn't show up.
What? That's just shocking that a representative, a politician.
I saw Dom was ripping him yesterday on the show, too.
Because he didn't show up for what?
I don't know. There's a lot of Fitzpatricks in Philadelphia because, you know, it's a common name in Philly. So I saw Dom yesterday. Now, of course, Big Dan, the producer Dan, now he knows the Fitzpatricks. And the one was in the bar thing, right?
Yeah.
I get these guys confused. One guy was in a bar fight, and then his brother's in Congress. I can't keep track of these guys, you know? All these Irish guys sound alike and look alike to me.
Well, you're talking
You know?
about who's that? That's not the Fitzpatricks that got into the bar fight. I can't think of who that is though.
It's not the Hatfield and McCoys. I know that.
It's an Irish last name though. I can tell you that much. Maybe they can help us out there in the chat. Yeah.
While you are trying to figure that out,
Yes.
speaking of the chat room, if you are watching on YouTube,
Yeah, we got to get some. There is 0 likes so far, and we're 26 minutes into an extravaganza.
it's because I haven't refreshed my page.
Don't forget to go in there, subscribe to Kayal and Company on WPHT on the YouTube channel. You can watch us live, and then you can watch us later on the replay. You can watch us 24/7. If you're bored this weekend and you're tired of fireworks and you're tired of trash piling up in your backyard, and good points about the floating debris in the Schuylkill, that not necessarily is trash from the trash strike. That stuff upriver, way up in the north, and then it comes down. Because, you know, the river runs south. There's a downstream thing. So it always runs south, and then it heads out into the Delaware River.
Fallen trees that fell
Exactly,
into
debris.
The stuff that like accumulates and then comes down together.
You were thinking of the Boyle brothers, by the way, Tony. That was
that's the Boyle brothers.
Yeah,
that's
Kevin
right.
Boyle's not
Kevin
the
Boyle and his other guy, but the Fitzpatricks, that's again.
Good old Irish.
It's Philly. Yeah.
Dan,
like Johnny Doc, Doherty's it's a common Irish name. Philadelphia is a great city for Irish traditions.
Yes, it is.
Robin is Irish.
Part Irish.
I love the Irish.
My maiden name, Maloney.
But not spelled that way.
No, it's Molony.
You are an interesting. I thought you were from like
Netherlands.
Netherlands.
Yes, I grew up there. So my stepfather's Dutch, and all my formative years were in the Netherlands. So I probably feel more Dutch than anything else because
Do you pass the Dutchie from the left-hand side? As musical youth once
I am
sang back in the
lefties,
day.
though. I guess I would. but-
Genuine question. I'd expect an accent though if you grew up there. What
No, you don't.
Yeah, you
because
do.
my mother is American, so I would speak with her at home with no accent, and then I go to school. I don't have an accent in either language.
Not even in English. So you can't tell where she's from.
Yeah.
Like people can't tell I'm from South Philly anymore unless I go South Philly. You know what I mean?
I have never heard you go South Philly.
Oh, I go South Philly a lot.
No,
I have
your
audio of it.
sisters.
Do we have tape?
Yeah.
I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush. You're a real crumb bum.
We need Frank Rizzo right now to
I'm
get
telling
that.
you, get away from me.
To get that's what did he have? He had his nightstick and his cummerbund to go and get these people back to work. You can't block people from going to work and doing their jobs. No, well, people have called me worse, but come on.
A crumb creep coward.
Crumb bum.
People were asking, by the way, your crumb bum T-shirt,
Yes.
where they can get that. TonyBrunoShow.com.
Yes.
If you
Now people go say, "Oh, you're selling T-shirts, Tony?" Yeah, everybody sells T-shirts.
You're a real crumb bum.
Barstool, they make their most money selling T-shirts and pimping shirts. I'm not a multi-millionaire like Dave Portnoy. So before you say, why are you selling T-shirts? Because we can't. And guess what?
And people request them.
You don't have to buy the T-shirts if you don't want them. It's a pretty amazing thing. Nobody is forcing you. The government's not compelling you
I wish
to
we
buy a
could.
T-shirt.
That would help us out a lot.
Yeah.
You know, if you don't buy a T-shirt though,
You're a coward.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I got a new idea for you, Tony. How about official member of the Diddy Oil Club as a
Diddy Oil
as a T-shirt?
Now, I don't want to promote
that's a good
fossil
idea.
fuels,
Write
but
it
is
down.
baby oil considered a fossil fuel? That's what I want to know.
I'm going to make that official member of the Diddy Oil Club.
Hey, we should probably break out because I did hear back from Mike Opelka, the great musician, Mike Opelka, and he will
Yes.
be joining us around 6:35.
Oh, well, you have a Wimbledon update also because we're
I would
keeping
love
an
to hear
eye on
about
what's
it.
going on. Yeah, I need to hear. I need tennis action. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we're having a lot of fun today. It's a big Thursday. Don't forget, go on YouTube, 1210 WPHT, and smash that like button and subscribe to the show. We're having fun. We'll talk about fireworks and all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Yes? We have, what do we have today? We got UFO sightings. We got America haters coming on today. Well, they've already been on, and we have them on tape. So if you hate America, this is the show you want to hear. We'll tell you the people who really hate America as we approach the 4th of July. The last time we had a king was when the 4th of July became our holiday, for those of you keeping score at home. And if you are, congratulations. It's Thirsty Thursday. We're coming right back.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh,
wow. Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.com.
The number one worry of people in retirement is running out of money. How about some ideas on how to protect your money? Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 6 a.m. and 3 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
At Verizon, lock in our best price ever on the best 5G in Philadelphia and be the best you. Check where your ride is for your trip into the office. Get that almost impossible dinner reservation and save big with Verizon while you do it all. Switch today and pay $45 a month for a single line. That's right, just $45 a month when you bring in your phone with unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Stop by your nearest Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on root metrics root score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Down in the swamp where the wild things bite, gator gitmos, gate shine in the moonlight. razor wire fence, mosquitoes buzzing thick.
Oh, yeah. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin here, the whole gang on a thirsty Thursday. I got to take a quick cheap shot at Claire Shipman. If you know that name, she used to be on Good Morning America as ABC's journalist, senior national correspondent, had to grovel and apologize for calling out the trustee for being Jewish. So here you go. Columbia, former journalist, is the acting person in charge at Columbia University, now having to grovel. And her husband, Jay Carney, the former press secretary back in the day. So that's why people hate the media and don't hate him enough. The guy we don't hate, he's in the media, he, of course, is Mike Opelka, who's down there in Alligator Alley right now picking up the leftovers and putting them in plastic trash bags and bringing them to Philadelphia to throw in a dumpster. Mike, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, Tony. Well, don't leave out the meat. Nothing like gator tacos on a Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Gator bites, gator sandwiches. We got gator claw.
No, is that just a novelty, or do people in Florida actually regularly eat gator?
Yes, they eat gator.
It's good stuff.
No way you guys are like eating, like every Monday you're going out to the local establishment and grabbing some gator.
No, but when you can eat it, it's actually quite good.
I'm not a gator guy. It just tastes too fishy to me. You know what I mean?
It tastes like chicken. You've had it before.
No, gator. You're allowed to hunt gators in here. You're allowed to hunt gator. Gator's good meat. It's a source of protein.
Good meat makes good golf shoes. And let's not leave out the iguanas, Tony. In your new neighborhood, You can just walk around and knock them off. That's iguana taco's good too.
Yeah, they're all over the place. There's some big boys out there, too. And people, and by the way, you don't just go out and shoot animals and kill them. The iguanas are invasive, and you can hunt them with pellet guns. So you don't have to bring out, an Uzi to kill an iguana.
You're serious?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
They are invasive, and they are vegetarian. They're easier. They're fast little suckers. But
that sounds like a lot of fun, I got to say.
And it's not pellet guns, it's air guns.
Air gun. Well, that's the same thing. It's an air gun. It's not like an actual bullet. Air guns do not shoot bullets, Robin.
Less than the lead.
Do they shoot?
All right,
You
Mike,
can use
now,
your burner launcher as well.
Exactly. Now, you've been doing all this great AI stuff with all these gator stories out there. And I'm thinking, wow, Mike Opelka's got his own orchestra now? You've been producing these Gator Gitmo and Florida Alcatraz with a Gator, Alligator Alley, Alcatraz Alley, whatever it is. So I'm saying, how does Mike Opelka do it? And now we have the secrets finally revealed.
Gators and pythons keep the trouble at bay. Mosquitoes buzzing like a crazy parade. Welcome to Alligator Alley's escapade.
So, Mike, what's the secret?
Yes.
What are you using?
I use a couple of different AI programs, but I write the lyrics first, just like I'm writing a parody song. And then I plug them into, there's several different ones. You can use any of the chats, but the one I like is called Suno, S-U-N-O. And
was he the governor of New Hampshire? Oh, no, that was Tris Sununu or the Sununu family.
Well, that's Suno with a stutter.
I mean, I gotta take issue with this.
Absolutely, it's amazing.
It is amazing, Robin, but at the same time, like, it's petrifying because it's really good. Like what we hear, this music, me and Maisie were sitting there bopping our heads. We listened to the entire song and we're like, this is catchy, this is good music, and it's a freaking computer, Mike. And both Tony, Mike, Robin, is there concern about AI kind of pushing out the arts as time goes on?
Oh, it's inevitable. I think that there's a lot of things that it's going to push out. I think musicians should be worried because they're
eliminating jobs at people who play like real instruments, and a lot of acts do that. They don't bring orchestras anymore. That's why when you go to a live show and you see like a full orchestra, like when who did we go see the last concert in Philly a couple years ago?
ELO.
When you go see ELO, that's a show. You know what I mean? They're not skipping. They're not playing synthesized. Well, they have synthesizers, but it sounds great. Anyway, let's get back to Mike Opelka. I need a Wimbledon update from your nephew, who's like 7 feet tall. Is he still? He won in this first round because they got slaughtered down there, right?
Yeah. Well, the American women, the top two American seeds got taken out, and so we do have 7 or 8 Americans left, and they're 5 men and I think 3 women. But Riley Opelka still in the tournament, and he will be playing another American today, Brandon Nakashima. They've played twice before, and they split. So this is a pick-em, and I'm picking Riley Opelka because I think he's on the upswing right now. Nakashima is a great player, but I'm thinking the grass court, which is really good for a big server like my nephew, is going to have some scorching serves, 140 plus miles an hour.
Now, are you going to take over and head across the pond, not for 4th of July weekend, because it's the 4th of July? If he advances like into the quarters and things of that nature, will you jump on a big plane and fly?
Or a small plane, Tony. If he gets into the third round, we've done this twice before. We saw him 10 years ago when he won the juniors at Wimbledon. So he's got a Wimbledon trophy, but it was when he was a junior. And then we saw him in 2019 when he got to the third round and did very well. So the dream is at least 4th round this year, but he's got to get through today. And, yeah, if he gets through today, I think my bride and I will be bouncing, and his dad will be bouncing there, and hopefully we'll get a ticket. It's a hard ticket to get.
Oh, yeah. And by the way, you got to get ready for the worst food on the planet, which is British food. I mean, you know, when you go out, other than going to a pub in the United States, has anybody said, hey, hon, let's go out and have a good British dinner tonight? What the hell do they eat? There's no British restaurants. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, and even at Wimbledon, they do the strawberries and cream thing is about the only thing that's edible. They have something that they call a Dutchie, which they try and pass it off as a hot dog. It looks like a roasted dog turd more than anything else.
Wait, I know what that is.
What's a Dutchie?
A Dutchie, it's a frikandel, which is delicious.
Frikandel?
It's a deep
freak is that?
It's a deep fried sausage split in half. And then, I mean, it looks all crinkled. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, Robin.
It has raw onions.
It looks like a mummified penis.
And I went to the King Tut exhibit. I know what a mummified penis looks like.
Oh, do you, Tom?
That's right. That's right. But yeah, we're hoping for a good result
That's
today.
all I have to say.
Yeah, well.
Hey, there's a lot in the chat going on right now. Joe says, I pick Riley just based on his wingspan. Can you remind our listeners who are unfamiliar with your nephew, his raw physicality, his serve speed, his height, and his wingspan there, Mike?
Riley lists at 6'11". I've stood next to him on several occasions and have the evidence to prove I think he's got that 7 number hit, but I'll let him deal with that. And he moves better than
any... Can he dunk a basketball? Wait a minute, Mike. Can he dunk a basketball, unlike producer Dan, who's 6'10", and can't even touch the rim?
Yeah, he can easily. He and Dan, that would be a horrible one-on-one match. And I love Dan, but I'm sorry. Don't do that, Dan.
Give so much support to your nephew, and this is what you do to me, Mike. Come on.
Sometimes the brain is better than height.
Yeah. Riley apparently, according to Wikipedia and Ollie Online, is tied for the tallest ever ATP ranked player. Wow. And produces serves that measure over 140 miles per hour.
Mike, can you return one of his serves?
Yeah.
Mike, can you return one of his serves?
Not even close. You know that guy, that sports guy, Dan Libetard, whatever his name is?
Yeah, I know him, yeah.
He stood at the end of a court and tried to return a Riley serve. It's impossible for any non-pro to do it. Unless I played once against Billie Jean King, and I asked her what I was supposed to do. She said, you hold your arm out like this with your racket. I will hit the racket. And she did.
Didn't you learn anything from Bobby Riggs? Didn't you learn when Bobby Riggs and Martin... That was one of the greatest sporting events of my generation. Remember that?
Oh, my God. Yes, the Battle of the Sexes. And Billie Jean won, oddly enough. Yep. Maybe there was gambling involved. Who knows? But yeah, I encourage you guys, if you ever get the chance in July, the ATP comes to Washington D.C. It is something to see up close, and Riley will be playing in that tournament too. It's just amazing, and in the early rounds, you get to sit like 10 feet from the court. So it is a lot of fun. And the U.S. Open coming up the end of August, early September.
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Opelka, you know him, you love him, you can't live without him. I mean, he's got all the tools. He's a 5-tool player. Yeah, what's going on Tuesday?
Tuesday, I'll be in for Zioli, so you can join me.
Oh, the 8th, next Tuesday, the 8th?
Yes, sir.
And on the 9th, the very next day, I'll be in for Kayal and Company. So it's like a family affair here, Mike.
It's a beautiful thing. I'll be able to promote it Tuesday evening. That's a good thing.
Beautiful. All right, there he is, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Opelka. He's dominating in everything he does, and his family's dominating, too. He's got a 7-foot nephew who's a tennis stud. Awesome. Good stuff. Thanks so much, Mike. Good to talk to you, buddy.
Thank you, brother. Take care.
There he is, the great Mike Opelka. You're not getting this on any other show. I mean, this man's blood relatives with a great young superstar in the making in tennis. A 7-footer. Dude. Not Lieutenant Dan, it's Producer Dan. You're absolutely right. I think Producer Dan stole that, right? He admittedly stole that from what was the movie?
Tony Bruno Ice Cream.
That's right.
Forrest Gump.
Yeah. Lieutenant Dan, who's a great actor, of course, who does a lot for our veterans as we get ready to celebrate. It's not a veterans event. It's for all America. Are you anti-America? Coming up on the show, we will bring you some people who hate America as we get ready to celebrate the 4th of July. Imagine hating America and calling us the bad guys and living in this country. We'll have that coming up later on, plus the great Mark Fusetti. Will find out if the people are still honoring or disobeying injunctions and not showing up for work. And Miss Robin is here also, and she's showing up for work for the second consecutive day.
This segment was sponsored by Wawa. Wawa Hoagie Fest is here, and it's the summer of sandwiches. Woohoo! For a limited time, Wawa's mixing it up with hoagies, clubs, quesadillas, and more, all for only $6 and under. Savor a summer of sandwiches and savings. Gotta have Wawa.
I gotta have one of those bagel, egg, and cheese with bacon on a bagel, sizzly. I need a sizzly, and I need a sizzly now. Go get one. There's more Wawas down here, by the way, in Florida than there are in Philadelphia. You realize that? There are more Wawas in Florida than there are in the Philadelphia area.
Well, they closed them all here in Center City, Tone.
Oh, well, why? Why do you think?
Everyone's stealing everything.
They couldn't get enough material to make even sizzlies in the morning. That's how bad it became there with the crime. Anyway, we're coming back. Lots more still ahead, right? We have a Red Panda update. We'll have a Ginger Car Wash update. We'll have a punk socialist in Florida update to talk about. And the oil party, the Diddy oil party. You don't want to miss it. We got a star-studded extravaganza. It's a Yankee Doodle dandy. Say that fast 5 times. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text CARD to 323232. That's CARD to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, Kayal and Company. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin in here on a Thursday. It's not just any Thursday, and it's not just Thirsty Thursday. It's also 4th of July weekend Thursday, and we got weather. People want to know, what's the weather going to be like for this weekend, Robin? And you know why? Here in Florida, we always worry about the weather this time of the year because it's hurricane season.
Oh, it's happening all over the country now. There's storms coming out and electricity's going off.
Yep.
And our weather this morning happens to be sponsored by MTRUHL.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
Guys, up here with a beautiful weekend ahead. Coming up on Friday, we got 86, beautifully sunny. Saturday, 89 high with sun through high clouds, but air quality poor. And then Sunday, beautiful day, 90 degrees with plenty of sun.
So when you're trying to wade through the trash to get to the Made in America concert, you know, at least you'll have some sunshine. Bring the sunscreen. Day. Bring the sunscreen out there, all right?
Yes.
Don't go out without sunscreen, and don't go out without a trash bag, all right? And if you walk by, like I always do, and if I see trash on the street, I pick it up and I put it in a trash can. If everybody did that in Philadelphia, we'd still only have 70 million metric tons of trash left.
We need that old cartoon bag that pick it up, put it in the bag, boom, boom, pick it up. Don't you remember that?
No.
It's an old cartoon.
Pick it up, put it in the...
No,
Pick it up, put it in the bag, boom, boom.
She's
Look
so
it
angry.
up. I am gonna find
Wait,
it.
pick it up, put it in the bag, put it
Let's
in.
go back to my room. That's a better song. Remember that one? Boom, boom, boom. Let's go back to my room.
No, I'm gonna find it, and we're gonna play it when we come back from the break.
All right, that's coming up the 7 o'clock hour. You know what else that means? The cut sheet, the never-ending cut sheet comes up in the next hour, and more good stuff. And Mark Fusetti will get the latest on the trash strike in Philly and all of the tomfoolery and hijinks going on with the unions in our town. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market's going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin in the city rhythm orchestra at Wildwood High School on Baker Ave, July 11th, and at the Ocean City Music Pier, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Wow. Robin was right, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. If you're just joining us, 7 o'clock on a Thursday, July 3rd, 2015. You realize yesterday, July 2nd, now means we are closer to 2050 than we were to 2020?
No.
You realize that?
No.
Yes.
Now, 91.6er says, pick it up, put it in the bag, was performed at the Super Bowl 17 halftime show.
Was it really?
No.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
But I remember this cartoon that used to come on I don't know.
That sounds like one of those voice characters, the guy who did like Mr. Magoo and all those other people.
It was. I don't know if it was a Disney thing or if it was.
Play that one more time. I've never heard that. Pick it up and
the bear. So
flop it up, flip it, rub it down. One of those things. Right here. What kind of sticks? Bump, 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 bump. By the way, Rich Scioli is listening at the Waffle House this morning. Good morning, Rich. Everybody's listening in this morning.
So
you know why?
The video is of a park ranger telling bears how to pick up trash.
That's what it is?
Yes, and he's like...
They get to the district council, 33 folks in Philadelphia, to tell them we need to get this trash off the streets. It's 4th of July. People come from all over the country the 4th of July to Philly, the birthplace of America. It's an outrage.
It is an outrage.
Yeah, this guy was huge. So I'm looking into it. It's Humphrey the Bear, I believe, is who's singing.
Humphrey the Bear?
Uh-huh.
It was a character created in 1950 at Walt Disney Animation Studios, first appearing with Goofy cartoon Hold That Pose. It looks like it was voiced. I don't know if during the song it was, but for the most part, James McDonald, who was a guy that was in a ton of things. I don't know if he was Magoo, though. But
no, I don't think he was Mr.
Dumbo,
Magoo.
He was in The Rescuers, Winnie the Pooh, Buzz, the bee that gets
Maybe
the
they
best
should
of
know what
Donald
they
Duck
should do.
a lot of times.
The city should get one of those big trucks with the speakers on it
and go
drive through the city playing that song so that the District 33, and it's not their fault. They want a new contract. This is on the mayor. This is on Philadelphia City Council. This is on anybody in charge of negotiating contracts. You know, when in every city it happens. When a new administration comes in, and Sherelle Parker is the newest mayor, you know, they grease their friends. Everybody does it. She was in city council. She worked her way up. She got to be mayor, and she's giving people six-figure salaries. Meanwhile, the people who are out there doing the jobs and picking up the trash and making sure that the city operates, they're the ones who want to raise. And they hold the cards. That's what's going on. And now, to me, I'm not going to excuse anybody doing the kind of stuff that a lot of these people have been doing. They're criminals, and they should be. Where's the DA? Where's Larry Krasner? Hey, Larry, you got insurrections going on in the city. Get your ass out of bed. Stop trying to go after Trump all the time because he's the president. You're just a lowly DA, a corrupt DA, the only corrupt DA still left in America in Philadelphia. Get your ass out of bed and go try to get the criminals off the street, all right? And the criminals aren't just cops, Larry. You're a crumb, creep, coward bum. The fact that anybody still even thinks about voting you into office for a third term just shows you how messed up the voting populace is in Philadelphia.
I'm telling you,
anybody
get away
voting
from
for
me.
Exactly right. He is the worst. And I blame the voters of Philadelphia for keeping this crumb. He's the reason this stuff. We got Brinks robberies happening every day in the city. Did you see that, Dan? There's like a Brinks holdup every day in Philadelphia. How easy is it to pull off a Brinks heist these days? It used to be a big deal. Remember? Oh, we got the Brinks truck.
Well, that's because the Brinks officers are not allowed to shoot back anymore.
Aren't they bulletproof, those trucks?
Yeah, but the people driving them are not. If they have to get out at some point, they're susceptible to being held up.
Ridiculous. They make more than $30,000 a year, I hope.
I don't know.
Meanwhile,
wait,
let's get it back
I'm sorry.
to
I don't mean to.
out.
I'm having Groundhog's Day because just literally 9 days ago we had a Brinks truck robbery. And
I just saw another story that day. Yeah, Mark said he's
you're right. You're right. No, again, Wednesday. Yeah, yesterday there was another Brinks truck robbery.
Another Brinks
9
truck.
days later.
Is that unbelievable?
Sorry to interrupt.
I thought that was one of the hardest things to do. There's how many movies have been made about Brinks truck robberies, right? Oh. Wow. Wow, at least there's a security system, but they still got thousands of dollars from the Brinks driver. God, I tell you, I got to give it to Philadelphia criminals. I mean, times are tough out there, And I'm thinking, I'm busting up an ATM machine, driving off with one. Remember when we used to do that? And I never did it. People with the ones that were outside of stores, those ATM machines, and somebody would tie a chain around it and then pull it off with their truck or their car and then take it home and try to get into it and get the cash out of it. Philadelphia is now the number one Brinks truck holdup capital of the world. See, we're number one again. Brinks trucks.
Yay! Number one.
Raw armored trucks here in Philadelphia. Oh man, what is this city coming to, man? It's sad.
Unbelievable.
Trash on the streets. Brinks trucks being robbed on a weekly basis.
You know what people need during all this time?
What do they need, Robin?
A really nice, long soak in a hot tub.
You're damn right. I need one now.
Celebrate your freedom to save at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Save up to 5,000 big ones on hot tubs, plus 50% off accessories. Buy 3 spa essentials, get 1 for just $1.
$1?
Yes, $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com.
Exactly. All right, we got, what's coming up this hour? The world's longest never-ending cut sheet. We've got cuts coming, the finest cuts, the meats, the best meats and cheeses. What kind of cuts you want? Cold cuts, hot cuts, low cuts, no finger cuts, though, because if you cut your finger right there that way.
I have one, too.
We got finger cuts. When they go this way.
Hold up just that one finger on mine.
I'm holding up. It's not my middle finger. It's
mine is my middle finger, so I will hold up my entire hand.
Mine's my index finger on my right hand. I cut myself with a
What is wrong with you guys?
grinder. I'm trying to grind one of my gutters so I can get my house finished, so I can get the hell into the new house and out of the apartment.
Our gutters were too long for when they laid the sod, and so we had to cut the gutters. The part
the downspout. The downspout.
The downspout was too long, and we had to cut them off.
That's what they say.
I did the other. We both did the same thing to our fingers.
Yeah, but I cut mine this way.
Yeah.
So now it's one of those. I should have gotten a stitch in there because it doesn't close up. So if there's a doctor in the house, I do have Medicare. I don't have Medicaid. So if you can stitch this up for me, I can go back to work.
It's too late now.
Today after the show.
You're going to get a stitch. You have to do it within the first couple of hours. Otherwise, your body already starts to heal around it.
There's your medical update of the day from Dr. Robin Austin, MD.
Now, I just play a nurse every now and then.
Apparently, baby oil business is booming right now. We'll have a Diddy update. That's coming up in the cut sheet, right, Big Dan? We got a lot of good stuff.
Oh, we got Diddy trial. We got a big, beautiful bill information. A pretty cool move by...
Put it on this morning.
And...
the big, beautiful bill, which I've been not talking about because everybody doesn't know anything about what they're talking about and pretending to know. But today is the vote because Trump said he wants it on his desk so he can sign it for the 4th of July. Will it pass or will it fail? Apparently... Thomas Massey changed his vote to Trump's after him, and he's trying to get him out of Congress. So
the other thing
yes.
is that we can take your phone calls at 855-839-1210.
That's right.
If you would like to call in and rant, have a question, criticize.
Even though it's not our style to criticize in the show. This is what I mean?
855-839-1210.
Exactly right. That's still ahead. But, of course, the never-ending cut sheet is coming up, too. Producer Dan. Phil Almquist back. We got, the Fight Club coming up this morning. We got Sergeant Mark Fusetti. And we're taking a break, and we're coming right back. It's Tony Bruno, Miss Rob. July 3rd, Thursday, on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Dom Giordano.
You wear running shorts? The really short ones?
No, they chafe.
Didn't you see Dom wearing running shorts?
They're very chafing.
What are you running then?
Jeans.
Wait, no.
Yeah.
You jog in jeans?
Sure.
What?
Yeah. Why not?
That's worse than the running shorts.
Why's that?
Jeans? If I were to go on a jog with this right now, I'd be chafed.
Oh my gosh!
I'm not getting any chafing with the
People
jeans.
look at my legs, be like, "What happened to you?" I'd be like, "Oh, I went jogging in jeans."
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Thursday, July 3rd. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin filling in here for Kayal and Company, enjoying the holiday. I got my America shirt on now. Is this sacrilegious or is this patriotic, Robin?
You're prepping for Freedom Day. So, no, it's very patriotic. I have my love.
Year after year, and I wear it on the 4th of July. Not because I need to tell people I'm American. Everybody knows I'm American, even though I'm the son of an immigrant.
I have my red, white, and blue love shirt on.
What does that mean, Robin?
I love our country.
Who doesn't? Well, I know who doesn't. Looking dude. Elie Mistal, whoever he is, we'll have him in the never-ending cut sheet coming up. Of course, he teamed up with America lover Joy Reid, who's calling our country bad, but continues to stay here. And those are the people that I wonder about. I get it. You don't have to like America, but if you hated that here, you have the freedom to move about the world. Just try going to another country and going there without any proof of ID, you don't need a visa. You can just go there and do whatever you want. And then come back and see me and tell me how that works out.
If I were to run for position,
I would then disown you.
Yes, but if I were, I would try to get something passed, like bring back the youth corps and make it that every student that graduates from high school for 1 year before they start college or do whatever else, they would need to serve in the youth. Do something great in
Where would we send them now?
I don't know, all over the world.
Indiana.
You know what the Mormons do, because they send them off to do volunteer work. I think that it would make America much better if our youth at the age of 18, 19, that they had to work out in the real world, volunteer work elsewhere, so that they learn other cultures, learn other language, and they learn to appreciate what's here.
That sounds all nice and good. How about if we teach our kids the basic reading, writing, and arithmetic? I mean, that's a good start. That's how you start, by not having all these stupid rules. Kids, the basics. How about that? How about that?
Now, Tony, there people online are saying that your audio is horrible.
My audio is horrible?
Yeah.
I have a lovely speaking voice and average intelligence. That's all you really need to do this.
I love it when our technology decides to work. And what's happening again is we're getting some stuttering because of a computer issue here. So we're working on it with the engineering team. We are aware, folks. So we'll get that fixed as soon as possible.
But we will continue.
Yeah.
We will continue with the audio portion only. If you hear me now, good. But
this is what I suggest. If you are listening or if you are watching on YouTube, pull up the Odyssey app, but just watch the video.
Right. Exactly.
That way you should be able to hear everything just fine.
By the way, for those people who say that the illegal immigrants do not receive medical treatment or Medicaid in this country, how about this story? Colorado and 19 other states have sued the federal government to prevent for immigration enforcement. Why would states sue the federal government? So that they have to prove that people on Medicaid, government assistance, who are not paying for it, are getting it for free, while able-bodied people who work and pay taxes are paying for theirs. They keep telling you this, and it's one of the big lies.
It is.
It's one of the big lies. No, and AOC and all these prominent people are saying that they're repeating the same lie.
Well, and here's just the easiest way. If you go down to any emergency room where room
to treat people
is
regardless.
required to treat people regardless. You can give
Unless
them.
it's me and I walk in there and I have to say, I think I'm having a heart attack to be seen. On a weekend when I lived in Philly and we would go to the emergency ward, there'd be 100 people in there, especially on Mondays. Mondays was the big day. Sunday night and Monday were the big days. When people were telling everybody they were sick and they couldn't go into work that day.
So they get a note. You know what the slowest time is?
When?
During Eagles games.
So during Eagles games, if you get sick, if the Eagles fumble and you're throwing stuff at your TV set, don't worry, TV sets are cheaper now. You can go out and get a new one for like $400. By the way, how about this story? Microsoft, right? Microsoft, great company. They laid off 2,300 workers. And guess what else they want? They want 6,327 H-1B workers imported. That's right. Microsoft has requested to have 6,327 H-1B visas, mostly from India.
Wait a minute. So they laid off American workers, and now they want to hire foreign workers through the H-1B
over
visa.
6,300 with H-1B visas, mostly from India. Now, listen, Indian people are smart.
Yeah. Well, I mean, anybody can be smart, and regardless of where you're from.
Yeah, but I'm saying, then I saw the story about this bridge that they're building in India. Did you see that one?
That one wasn't so smart.
Did you see that one, Dan? We got to find a picture of that. They are building a bridge in India.
Well, they already built it.
It's already constructed, and it has a 90-degree turn at it. So you look at this thing, and you're saying, wow, who didn't realize that if you build a bridge and it goes to an end and then there's a 90-degree turn for cars? Yes.
It's not for walking. It's not a walking bridge. It goes over railroad tracks, and this is supposed to be for cars, and it has a 90-degree turn in it. And the Indian government has suspended the engineers who came up with this idea. But they actually went ahead and built it. Like somehow, aren't there checks and balances there?
Well, how about somebody looks and says, hey, guys, I think you may have a problem there. By the way, speaking of more bad news, Robin, Del Monte. You know Del Monte?
Yes, pineapples.
Not the singer Del Monte, who was really, his name was Joe Schwartz. Walnut Creek, California-based Del Monte. The canned food staple files for bankruptcy.
No.
So even Del Monte's leaving California. Not Tony Del Monte or some of the other Del Monte brothers.
Does that mean the entire company's going to go bankrupt?
Well, when you file for Chapter 11 or child filed for bankruptcy, but that doesn't mean they're leaving. That means they're broke. That means nobody's buying their fresh cut green beans. That's another big blow for California, the world's fourth largest economy. I know the oil companies are leaving and a lot of people are leaving, but why would Del Monte? And again, I don't think they can the food there, right? It's probably there's distribution facilities everywhere. But we have fireworks updates too, producer Dan. Fireworks explosions in Cape Cod, and it's not even the 4th yet. We got fireworks problems. We'll have that update coming up in the cut sheet, right? And that's coming up next, is that not?
Yes, that's coming up next. And guys, I'm putting it up on the screen now, that 90-degree bridge.
There it is. There's if you're there. Now, again, I'm not an engineer, and I built things. But if I was, if this were I-95, after the collapse with that mess a couple years ago, and somebody was building this in my neighborhood, and then there's a train track going underneath it, and then right above it, there's a new highway or an off-ramp, and it goes up the ramp, comes to an end, and then makes a complete 90-degree turn. And somebody started building that and never thought once to say, hey, guys,
I've driven a car before, and this doesn't really make sense unless you want everybody to have to come to a full stop before they turn the corner.
Wow.
And you know what would happen?
I don't think that's a pedestrian bridge.
No. And you know what would happen is somebody would be going up there too fast and just launch themselves right onto the railroad tracks.
No, people are saying that, but based on the written story that I saw, that's not a pedestrian bridge, right?
No, it's
because there's a story about the engineers who did that getting fired.
Well, no, they got suspended.
That's right. They don't fire anybody. Even in India, they don't fire people. It's an outrage. Anyway, the never-ending cut sheet's coming up. We had a big shooting last night after a rap party for, I don't know if you know this rapper. It was a release party for rapper is it Mello or Melio Bucks, ZZ?
Well, apparently he's not real mellow.
3 dead, 14 injured after a shooting at the after party. You know, I thought after the party it's the hotel lobby, and then after that it could go back. Do you remember that song? Yeah.
T-Base 2 on the YouTube chat says that the exit ramp for I-95 North for the Walt Whitman is close to that.
It is.
It
is. Oh.
So are we okay now with the technical issues?
Yeah, it looks like we had Dave Scalish come in, a great expert engineer.
Great
chief engineer.
Dave Scalish.
Yeah,
Don't
you
call
know
him just Dave Scalish. He's not just Dave Scalish. He's the great.
And it looks like things are ironed out for now. But the thing is, we didn't do much to fix it. I think it might have just been a network spike or something. So we will keep monitoring it. And thank you, as always, chat, for staying vigilant and letting us know when something goes wrong like that. It is appreciated. But it does look like, you two, that as of right now, we are clear and good to go.
Beautiful. Well, we'll keep on going. We keep talking. You got to keep the needles have to keep moving.
We do at the break, though.
We'll do break. Coming up, the never-ending cut sheet. And Robin? Do we have something to say?
Yes, this segment has been sponsored by D&K Appliances. D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Very important. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's the 4th of July Flash Sales event here at Colonial. This Thursday, Friday, and Saturday only. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Or get 0% financing on any new Hyundai. Declare your independence from your old vehicle and get into a new Hyundai with no increase in your monthly payment. July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, save up to 20% off any brand new Hyundai in stock or take advantage of 0% financing. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial Hyundai. And every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Take advantage of these deals before they sizzle out. 3 days only, July 3rd through 5th. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Vehicle must be purchased at dealer list price. Finance offer 20% down required. Term for 36 months. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 12th, 2020.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, Go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. At Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays, no surprise fees, and this month only, you want to take advantage of their 24-month same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit them, kitchenmagic.com, or you can call 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
What's on the cut sheet?
Yeah, that's right. It's that time of the afternoon that Greg usually takes the reins for what's on the cut sheet, but the great Greg Stocker is out getting some well-deserved rest, and your voice, the voice you're hearing, is that of Dan Borowski, producer here at 1210 WPHT with the great Tony Bruno and Miss Robin. And guys, do we have a ton of cuts ahead of us, as you've been teasing all morning?
Man.
We got aliens.
Only the best cuts, the prime DA choice. What's better than choice? Prime, right?
Prime is better.
But choice cuts, yeah, prime is better.
And is filet mignon the best? No, I don't think so.
No, you got to go ribeye. You got to go. What's the one with the 3 different steaks on one?
If anything's Wagyu, then you know you're.
Wagyu is too expensive.
Yeah, but don't they like fake Wagyu now?
Yeah, that fake crab meat.
Yeah.
People buy that fake crab meat and think it's crab meat. It's not. It's like makeup crab meat.
What's faker?
Not real.
What's faker, that fake crab meat or the crying on the left as we see the big beautiful bill make its way into Congress and such? Let's start, guys, because we're gonna get to LA.
But let me rip Brian Fitzpatrick.
Okay, go ahead.
I started ripping him this morning, and I'll rip him again. He's allegedly a Republican from Pennsylvania. He has been the only so-called GOP person to vote against the big, beautiful bill as the vote's going on this morning because Trump wants it on his desk so he can sign it for the 4th of July. But Brian Fitzpatrick, traitor, crumb, creep, coward, and a guy who wants to send more money to Zelensky for the never-ending war in Ukraine. So remember that name, Brian Fitzpatrick. I ripped him earlier. and he should be ripped again today.
You're a crumb creep.
Coward. And a drunk and a lush, and I can
know
tell
a
by
lush when I see one, and you're a lush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now let's return to the cut sheet in progress.
Yes.
Ready in progress.
So let's hear Pramila Jayapal, who has some commentary first about federal agents, calling them deranged and cruel, and talking about them disappearing people, talking to CNN. Take a listen. You can hit that there, Phil.
Also, you posted on social media that, quote, ICE is acting like a terrorist force, and the White House told CNN that your, quote, disgusting comments warrant an immediate apology. They called ICE officers heroic. They're saying they're, quote, simply doing their jobs and enforcing immigration law with the utmost professionalism, and that dangerous smears by this is their words, deranged leftists like Jayapal radicalize their supporters to violently attack and obstruct federal law enforcement because of comments like Jayapal's. Assaults against ICE agents have increased 500% this year, and that number will go even higher if Jayapal doesn't stop with her smears. What is your reaction to that?
What is deranged and cruel and outrageous is that literally we are seeing ICE agents, I assume they're ICE agents, they say they are, they don't have any identification, they're wearing masks, they're in plain clothes, they are coming and kidnapping and disappearing people on the streets of...
Yeah, there we go with that language. And continuing on with Jayapal on CNN, before we get the commentary, Tony, 30 seconds here, take a listen as to how emotional she got.
I just can't emphasize how... I mean, I'm getting calls, and in the airports, people come up to me when they recognize me, and they're sobbing on my shoulder because they know that so many people, whether it's people who are delivering babies, 60% of births in Mike Johnson's home state of Louisiana paid for by Medicaid, or whether it's, seniors in nursing homes, or whether it's folks with disabilities, those are the people that are going to be so incredibly hurt by this cruel betrayal of a bill.
Cruel and betrayal.
Yeah, cool. Meanwhile, they're lying about illegal immigrants getting federal Medicaid services. That's a fact. It's a lie. They don't want, and again, I'm not against people from other countries. I have a lot of people that I work with here who are from other countries. My mom is from another country. She's no longer with us. I get immigrants. I get people wanting to come here because it's the greatest place on earth. But the same people who want to come here because it's the greatest place on earth, they don't want to be a part of the system, and they want to take advantage. And listen, I get it. If you can get free health care because the one particular party wants to make sure that you get paid so that you continue to vote for your party, that's what this is all about. It's about political power. But to lie and say people are being thrown out of the country just for wanting free health care, they're not telling you that the people they want to get free health care are illegally in the country and not entitled to free health care. That's the thing they keep covering up. And that's why her and this Timu Obama, the guy in charge, says every Democrat will vote no on this bill. We're voting no, no, no. That's all they care about. It's no to everything. No to everything, yes to everything that they don't like. And they don't like anything that they think is going to help Trump or the country. And I don't even care about helping Trump. Help the damn country. And I don't know everything in the bill, but I know this. Illegal aliens should not have free health care. It's that simple. I couldn't even go to another country and have a heart attack and get free health care. And it's supposedly a socialized country, right, Robin?
Correct.
I went to Curacao, part of the Dutch dynasty. I had a heart attack. Guess what? I had to pay to go into an ambulance. I had to pay to get a hotel room. I had to pay to stay in a hospital against my will because I wanted to go back home. I had to pay to stay in the country and get a temporary visa to stay there because the cruise ship left. So don't give me any of this crap about illegals are not getting health care. Yes, they are. And that's what they want. They want people getting health care who aren't entitled to health care, not able-bodied people who still want to not work and sit at home on their asses and get checks from the government. I get it. The government gives free money. There's a lot of ways to scam them. You don't have to rent a Brinks truck. You don't have to raid a Brinks truck in Philly to get free money. That's harder to do. Just go get a job and just go get an application, get yourself free health care, and boom, you're set. You don't have to work. You don't have to get up off your ass. You don't even have to take your trash to a dumpster or throw it in the middle of the Schuylkill River. All right.
More fear-mongering from CNN. Just a quick montage of all the hosts, Tone.
USAID has officially shut down tonight. A new study found that its elimination could contribute to 14 million deaths in the next 5 years, nearly a third of which are estimated to be among children younger than 5 years old.
Now, a new study in the medical journal The Lancet estimates that U.S. aid funding cuts could result in millions of additional deaths in the next 5 years. These deaths include 4.5 million among children younger than 5 years, or more than 700,000 deaths annually.
The Washington Post reports that the cuts have already had a sudden, deadly impact on Sudan, the home to the world.
Who cares? But just a perfect example, guys, of like this continued. Let's try to find anything. Yeah, and it leads me to the clip that you've been teasing all morning, Tone. And this is Elie Mystal, the guy with the hair on Joy Reid.
I call him Q-Tip and race the number one race hustler in America is Joy Reid. She got fired by MSNBC. She does a podcast from home, and then they put her on CNN the other day. Here are the two biggest America haters who just simply don't leave America to go find a better place since they hate it here so much.
And I don't say this lightly, but our country needs to be sanctioned. We are the bad guys on the world stage. We are a menace to not only free people everywhere, but we are a menace to peaceful people everywhere at this point.
Yeah.
And I'm not even going to say that we've only been a menace for the past 3 or 4 months, right? Like, when does the international community decide that enough is enough? I know we're rich. I know we've got a lot of money. I know that people want to buy things from our country because we're rich, or want to sell things to our country because we're rich. But at some point, the international community has to stand up to us, because we are a bad guy on the world stage, right? And so we should be sanctioned. We should be sanctioned and rebuked.
Who's going to sanction us, Q-Tip? That's a big Q-Tip, though. It's not a Q-Tip head. It's a gigantic, what do you call it when it's like a big
A
tip?
big Q-tip?
A big one. You know, they have the little ones.
Well, the OBGYN has really long Q-tips.
I don't know. I've never been one. I never had one of those things around. Anyway, Elie Mystal, we should be sanctioned because we're such a terrible country. Who's going to sanction us there, Q-Tip?
Yeah.
Who's going to sanction us? It's all, and I love it. It's not just the last couple of months.
Great point.
So what happened? So you mean even when Joe Biden was president, or Barack Obama was president, and we were invading other countries and dropping bombs on them? Do we sanction? How far do the sanctions go back, Q-Tip? How far do they go back? Anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, and while we're talking, I mean, you talk about making the world a safer place. Here's Sean Parnell, spokesperson of the Pentagon, friend of 1210 WPHT, local
Absolutely.
guy. He's talking about what happened after those bombings. Take a listen.
I think we're thinking probably closer to 2 years, like degraded their program by 2 years. But what we've seen almost, in fact, just universally among our allies, was them congratulating the United States, the President and the Secretary of Defense on that bold operation. And the idea that American action in Iran has set the conditions for global stability. You know, you think back during my time in Afghanistan, when we would do sensitive site exploitations in Afghanistan, something like 20 years ago, almost all of the weapons that we pull out of those sensitive site exploitations were Iranian weapons. Like, Iran has been a major exporter of terror all around the world, and nations the world over have been subject to their terror. So I think that nations all around the world they know that when America is strong and speaks clearly, the world is a better and more stable place.
I think you'd agree with that, right, Tone?
Yeah. Again, I don't like the fact that we're Team America World Police, and we've been that way too long, and that's why Trump went to NATO and got them to pony up more money so that if they want us to protect their countries, which goes back to World War II and what we did after that, you know, we help rebuild those. And look at Japan and look at Germany. You know, that's what happened. Those countries were destroyed. Italy, destroyed by World War II. We helped them get back on their feet. But to be the world police, nobody wants that. But we want to make sure our people are safe and our allies are safe. That's what it's all about. So The people who hate America, then just leave. It's very simple. You hate it here? Go to another country and then come back and tell me how much better it was. It's beautiful. Other countries, Robin and I have traveled around the world. We've traveled to other states. Every place has its own personal beauty that man didn't create, but man ruins.
And even Iran is a beautiful country in many places, but I think we can all agree that if there's somebody in power that is crazy, or peoples that are crazy that are in power, that we as the rest of the world need to make sure that they don't have the big bombs. I mean, that's across the board. It's not just Iran.
Well, they finally backed off on that. The fact that they're, the claim that there was no damage done, and then CNN with their Natasha Bertrand, who should never even be allowed to be on the internet, let alone be a national correspondent for CNN. She's been the voice on many major lies, many major scandals. The Hunter Biden laptop, and then the Iran nuclear facilities were barely damaged. These are the people that people listen to and say that it's legitimate journalism.
Well,
and idiots like Jake Tapper defend and say she's asking the right questions. No, she's not. She's making stuff up because they have one agenda. Just to keep America, to stop anything that could possibly help the country. They hate the fact that they're not in power, and they want to stop anything that might be good for the country, like ending wars. Nobody wants wars except the people who make money from wars, like Josh Shapiro signing bombs in Harrisburg, or Brian Fitzpatrick, who wants more war to keep going on in Ukraine in the never-ending war. If you're pro-war, then go and enlist and go fight those wars. How about that, Brian Fitzpatrick? How about all you other warmongers who love wars? I don't love wars. I hate them. Anyway, let's continue with the cut sheet. I don't want to get angry.
Do you know what that sound is, Tony?
What?
That's the sound of Tony Bruno cooking this morning. Jeez, man, you are on fire.
Let him cook. Let me cook.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
I don't even need a stove to cook today. And I want to be happy. It's the 4th of July. I'm not letting anybody slow my roll this weekend. Now, I'm not going to shoot off any fireworks, and now you're seeing there's so many fireworks incidents going on. Cape Cod. Please, people, just because fireworks, you can buy them anywhere, doesn't mean that any moron, it's like buying a boat. You buy a boat, you don't have to have any. It's
astounding.
You go buy a boat, you jump in the boat, and you take off from the dock, and you have no idea what you're doing. Same thing with fireworks. Fireworks used to be hard to get. Now anybody can get them. There's like tents every 50 feet here in Florida. Tents selling fireworks.
You would think that fireworks would be a little bit more like people would understand that you need to be really careful, that you light it and you have to step away. You know, these kinds of things you would think would go without saying. Yet every single year we have people losing fingers, losing hands, some even dying, right?
Yep.
I mean, it's...
Exactly. I mean, and it's happening already. I mean, there have been explosions at fireworks plants. One in Cape Cod, for goodness sake. I wonder what they're going to do there when they're passing the Grey Poupon Pond later on at their weenie roasts.
Can you show H1 or H18 there real quick? This is really good footage of that Cape Cod one.
This is Cape Cod. Is that a fireworks factory or a fireworks show that went wrong?
It looks like it was on a golf course or something.
Yeah, I think it was like a setup for fireworks that might have just ignited before it should have.
Early.
Yeah.
Hey, that happens.
You know, I said this before.
Explosions.
I think fireworks should be eventually eliminated for drone shows.
All right, Malcolm, we've got some breaking news we're following. In Mashpee, fireworks have exploded at New Seabury Golf Course.
Oh.
An NBC 10 viewer was there when it happened and shot this video. Take a look.
This is in daylight.
Yeah.
Daytime fireworks.
Oh, people are running. Oh, my gosh. Do you see them?
Yeah.
People are running away.
Some guy made a birdie and then shot off some fireworks on the golf course?
No.
Is that Nick Kayal up there celebrating a successful round?
Look at that thing, man. That's nothing.
Wow.
That's nothing compared to you guys see the California one?
Say on the video,
Well,
it's
insane.
We've learned
Wow.
people have been injured, but we don't know how many
This is
or how
Massachusetts
badly. State police fire investigators have told us they are responding. Again, this is in Mashpee at the new Seabury Golf Course. Wow. We have a crew heading to the scene.
And
as
guys,
well as
Yolo
stoppers.
County, California.
Feet up in the air right now, so it is a
YOLO
safe distance, that's for sure. If it's possible, guys, we're seeing more explosions right there.
This is a fireworks factory now. And and it's funny when you see the tent, nothing's funny about it. You see the tents here in Florida that like every other block, and it says no fireworks prohibited within 300 feet of the tent. Meanwhile, you're sitting in a tent with enough ammunition to blow up the entire city block.
I can predict one of the issues that they have because I see this happening all the time around gas stations. You know, in gas stations where it says no smoking allowed anywhere. I've seen this in other places where you're in locations like if
is that a swimming pool outside that fireworks factory there on the right-hand side?
The employees.
Wow, that whole thing.
Oh my Lord!
Boom goes the dynamite.
That entire building just exploded. Oh my Lord! Wow. But I bet
fireworks scare me.
Yeah, they're little mini.
They're not little, you're not the little pack of firecrackers you used to get, and then throw and have them go blow up, or a cherry bomb or a hammerhead. These things are explosive devices. They're not just a cheap little. Remember, you just used to buy the one little thing and it shot up the what is it called? The Roman candles.
You're right.
The Roman candles, and it would shoot up, and one red one would go up. And then these idiots would hold it in their hands and watch it go off. I'm telling you, I worry about this weekend because I think there's more and more legal fireworks being sold everywhere.
Vic Mag PA1 on the YouTube chat says, in America, you have a right to be stupid. Too many people are exercising those rights. It's true. But I also think that people that work, there's a lot of people that just ignore rules. Like you should not smoke around those areas. Now I don't know if that's what happened in this case, but I've seen it.
Yeah, you don't know what happened there, but would you work in a fireworks factory?
No. If you look at
working in a nuclear facility is easier, is more safe than working in a fireworks factory. And I love fireworks, but I'm not buying any and setting them off.
You know that show that you and I used to watch, how things are made or
how it's made.
How it's made. We saw a fireworks factory one time in, I don't know if it was China or whatever, but the protocols that they had for making sure that something didn't spark or explode.
They're professionals.
Was really, really intense. And then you see a warehouse like that where everything's are just stacked on top of each other. It's not even. It's like a Quonset hut.
No, that was a building. That wasn't.
But it was made out of aluminum. It wasn't a. How insane!
Because nobody's spending millions of dollars to build fireworks factories, Robin. Because it's cheap to do now. I guess there's a lot of there's a lot of gun talk.
You can see boxes inside doors.
Of course.
That does not look safe.
The demand is there now. That's why you're seeing tents. I don't know if that's the case in Pennsylvania now, but here in Florida, I'm not kidding, Robin. How many tents are there set up with fireworks?
It was almost every corner, it seems like.
And now you go into like Walmart and they have like these gigantic family packs with every conceivable type of rocket and bomb and everything else. Now, they're not the ones the professionals set up. But they're still pretty heavy duty. They're not just little firecrackers. These things can cause damage. They can.
Absolutely.
I mean, you'll see it. You watch this weekend. No matter how much you say, hey, don't be stupid.
And they look like toys. I mean, they look like something, and they have the fancy colors on them, and they look like something that a child, if they see it, and it's, it's in daddy's garage, but I know how it works, and I'm 5 years old, and I go and grab somebody's lighter, that I go outside and see if it'll go boom. And then, fingers.
Listen, I used to do it when I was able to get a couple in my backyard, but they weren't now. Like now, you got like 6 foot tall.
It's insane.
Explosives you're putting in your backyard. And then you don't even know if it's going to go off. So you light the fuse and run away.
And then it doesn't go off. So then you go closer and you don't realize that
exactly.
The string was just a little bit longer. And they're also using those fireworks to launch against police cars.
Exactly.
And those are things that are dangerous.
Listen, I love a great fireworks show. But to me, I think drones are going to replace it. Because what they can do with drones now is breathtaking.
Yes.
the synchronicity of having these things up. The first one we saw was at Disney by accident, and I didn't even know it was a drone show when we were down there for the National Football Championship a few years ago.
Drones were first starting to be a big deal, and this must have been at least 12, 14 years ago.
And by the way, Bryn Mawr Builders ripping me about, well, who should get insurance? Who should get health care, Tony? I don't determine who gets health care, Bryn Mawr Builders. People who, like, I have Medicare. You know why I have Medicare, Bryn Mawr Builders? Because I'm over 65. I worked my entire life to pay into it, and then I was eligible for it. And guess what? I still pay for it when my Social Security check comes and they take the money out of it. That's how it works in a democracy, the United States of America. Now, people who are poor, they should get access to medical insurance as long as they're a legal citizen. People who are on the streets with no health care, they should be taken care of instead of left on the streets to die in squalor with drugs at these prevention centers where nothing is prevented except giving people needles to go up and shoot themselves up in the Northeast at K&A and all over the country. Go to the streets of San Francisco, go in any city and look at the streets of the people on the streets. They need health care, but they need mental health care too. And nobody cares about those people, the veterans, the homeless people. But the Democrats are obsessed with getting health care for illegal immigrants because they wanted them to come into the country to become their next loyal voting base. That's what this is all about. Whether you want to agree with that, that's not right-wing conspiracy talk. These are facts. The fact that they keep lying and saying that people are being thrown off their health care because the Republicans want nobody to have health care is nonsense. Now, there's some Republicans who are whacked out. I don't agree with them. But to suggest that illegal aliens do not have health care is nonsense. Then why are states suing to prevent the records of people getting health care from being released? What are they afraid of? They hate the fact that ICE agents wear masks, but they don't care about criminals wearing masks. It's just the hypocrisy is just mind-numbing. And anybody who says, oh, it's okay, the bottom line is that just use your common sense. That's what I try to do. I don't care about Republicans or Democrats. It's a joke. We got to take a break, don't we?
No, I just got more.
We're rolling through. We're the top of the hour.
Yeah, we have more on the cut.
I'm on a roll, man, like a Wawa hoagie now during Hoagie Fest.
I want to bring this to the table, right on point. Trans Representative Sarah McBride from Delaware talking about...
as we call him Timmy. I call him Timmy.
Do they even care? Every yes vote shows very clearly that they don't. This bill is trickle-down cruelty.
Trickle-down cruelty?
And people will die because of it.
Well, he would know
Thank you, Mr.
trickle-down. Thank you, Tina. Tim, whatever your name is.
Sarah.
It's not Sarah.
Yes.
No, she is a biological man.
No, well, she's biological, but she's had the sex change. I think to somebody that has gone through the fight.
I agree. I don't want to pick on her because she's a dude who was a former dude. But the bottom line is she's a liar too.
Yes.
She's a liar.
Yes.
And you get up there, and now that's what they're doing. So Timo Obama, who's a joke, is out there. They're now filibustering because they don't want to vote on the big, beautiful bill because the House has it now. So what do you do when you don't want a bill to pass? You just get up there and you start, maybe they'll sit up there for 24 hours again like Spartacus did in North Jersey and Newark. And it's interesting how New Jersey, the only state that doesn't have one major city in it. You realize that? Now, you can say Newark is a major city, but do people say, hey, I'm from Newark?
What's technically the capital of New Jersey? Trenton?
You want to be from Trenton?
Oh.
Trenton makes. Newark is the biggest city, technically, but Trenton is a big city? Where else? Seriously, it's the only state that doesn't have one major city to represent it. Think about that. And I'm not knocking it. I have family in New Jersey. Friends in New Jersey.
No, but you're right. There's not one city where you kind of go, ooh, I want to go to...
It's not about going there. I'm saying that when you talk about voting bases, Newark obviously has a lot of population. They're right next to New York. They're a tunnel ride away from New York City.
Right.
Trenton's not exactly a thriving metropolis.
What about Atlantic City?
But Atlantic City.
Well, but I mean, it connotes like
a ton of time in
certain.
Atlantic City. It's
I know.
Atlantic City is the same as it was back in the 60s and 70s.
No, it's not.
There's casinos, and then you go 3 blocks west of the casinos away from it, and it's still Atlantic City.
I argue with the current Democratic leadership of that city and the controversies that this guy's facing. It might be worse now, Robin, than it's been in a long time.
Yeah, you're
Robin,
right.
you've been to Atlantic City.
No, I know. Well, I think that most people.
And I don't want to rip these cities. I love going to Atlantic City.
I think most people like me, when they think of Atlantic City, they think of the glory days of Atlantic City that they still have in their head, but the reality
Yeah, the
is
steel
totally
pier,
not
the
like
high diving horse, Ed Hurst, walking a Mr. Peanut before he became Miss Peanut, and he had his nuts cut off.
You knew Ed Hurst?
I mean, when Mr. Peanut had his peanuts cut off, that lost it for me.
The diving bell.
That was a
That's
different.
what I said. The high diving horse
He died and became Little Peanut.
Is that a joke or is that serious?
No, remember Mr. Peanut in the commercial? He died, and then it was a baby peanut that did
the baby peanut. What happened to the baby peanut?
Well, we know what happened to the baby peanut.
He was
guys.
allergic to him.
No,
I know what happened. He had a peanut allergy, and nobody told him.
I know what happened to baby peanut. I actually have video of him today.
Really?
We have tape.
I feel the obligation, Mr. Speaker, to stand on this House floor.
Oh, here he is.
And take my sweet time.
Oh, thank you there, Timu.
Of the American people.
Hakeem Jeffries talking.
And
That's
exactly
Peanut.
what I intend to do.
Oh, great.
Take my sweet time.
Yeah.
On behalf of the American people.
Yeah.
On behalf of their health care.
Yeah.
On behalf of their Medicaid. On behalf of their nutritional assistance. On
Yeah.
behalf of veterans. On behalf of farmers.
Understanding.
On behalf of children.
Yeah. Look, that one broad, Debbie Dingle, can't even get up.
With disabilities. On behalf of small businesses. On behalf of every single American. I'm on this House floor after 6 a.m. and I'm planning to take my sweet time.
I think we need a replay on that Debbie Dingle stand up there.
Is that Debbie Dingle? That's one of those old broads who barely moves.
You know what's the thing about Hakeem Jeffries? It's kind of sad because
He's Timu Obama.
He is. He's trying to emulate the style and mannerisms of Obama, and he falls so short. It's uncomfortable listening to him because it's like a bad impersonation.
It is, and this guy's their leader, and he stands for nothing. He's lying about people having their health care taken away. He's lying about SNAP. People abuse SNAP. They abuse Medicaid. That's the problem, and they hate the fact that now there's people looking into where this money is going. See, that's what all of these politicians, Democrats and Republicans, they don't want you to know where the money is going that we pay them to provide us the services that we're entitled to as citizens of this country. We're entitled to streets, safe streets, police protection, fire protection. That's what we pay for. Roads that don't have potholes all over them. That's what we pay for. All this other stuff is noise. These are just power-hungry idiots on both sides who just want power. And when they don't have power, they go off and they're against everything. They hate everything because of Trump. It's the worst disease ever. Dr. Fauci should go back into a Chinese lab somewhere and try to find out the cure for Trump derangement syndrome. It really is. I've never seen anything like it.
When you scale it down to something a little bit more understandable for people, then it becomes easier to see what the problem is. Say that you have a house and your kids bring home one or two of their friends that didn't have lunch that day. Mm-hmm. And you're like, yeah, sure. Invite them over. They can come eat dinner with us. Not a problem. And then the following week, they bring home 5 kids. And you're like, okay, we could still afford that. That's fine. We'll have them stay for dinner. And then the following week, suddenly it's 100. And you try feeding them all, but you run out of food. Mm-hmm. And I
never run out of food, Robin. But I go to my buddy Andrea's house, and he puts out food for 500 people, and there's 6 people there.
This is the mentality that people don't understand, that's our house. The United States is our house.
You come into my house.
We have no problem trying to help people as much as we can, but at a certain point, you have to stop the influx because it's going to affect, like, if you don't have enough food then you will no longer be able to be of service to anybody.
By the way, Nick Sorter on Twitter, on X, we just played that clip, Dan. There's a clip of the people behind falling. There are Democrats actually sleeping during Dollar Store Obama. I like to call him Timu Obama, but Dollar Store Obama is good too.
I mean, we can go in live. You want to tune in live real quick to see what?
Yeah, but there's people. Democrats are actually sleeping behind Jeffries while he speaks. I'm not making this up. There's a woman in pink.
I'm going to pull that up video.
Yeah, many of the people in this.
This is live what we're seeing here. But
this is live.
Congress,
Let's go live.
Well, to be fair, I would be sleeping
trying to build
too.
upon this great legacy.
I think they woke the chick in pink up. She's not there anymore.
Do they have her leave? They're like, hey,
they woke her up.
American presidential history by.
She's nodding off. There's a chick in pink. She's not there anymore. They must have woke her up.
Yeah. Behind him as he speaks. What a freaking joke. Okay, I see that.
President
She was behind Debbie Dingle. I think that's Debbie Dingle. I can't tell those washed out blonde old chicks. Another guy behind him with glasses on asleep.
Cut short far too early by.
Get that over there.
President Kennedy.
Oh, he's so. What he's talking about?
He's so
in such an
awkward.
extraordinary way by President Lyndon Baines Johnson.
The people behind him, his own party, are sleeping.
I can't take this anymore, guys.
I know. He just has these really uncomfortable silences.
Of House Democratic leadership. Thankful.
Oh, she is asleep. Look at her. Look at her.
Yes. Look at the chick. Now she's not there anymore.
Every single committee.
Who is that?
I have no idea.
Been battling hard.
She is definitely saying.
There's multiple people, and this was only in his first hour. He's like on hour 3 now.
Cruelty that is in this one.
She is how every American feels.
Look at the other dude.
Richie Neal.
Look at the other
Thankful for the leadership of Frank Pallone. Thankful for the leadership of Brendan.
Oh yeah.
Thankful for the leadership of Angie Craig.
Yeah.
Dang.
Thankful for the leadership.
They were like right next to each other.
The leadership.
Oh, and this guy, the guy right behind him, is starting to go.
You notice the people that you see sleeping earlier, they're out of there now.
Yeah.
That chick right behind the blonde, she's gone. They got her ass out of there.
Yeah, they're like, excuse me, you're making us look bad.
Nick Sorter's great with that awesome fading right there.
Yeah.
The zooms.
This is what your tax dollars fund. These morons and the morons who work for them just to get a paycheck from the government and again, this is a performance. This isn't democracy. This isn't how it works. I get it. You hate anything Trump does. Good. God bless you. But they just want to stall this so they can go home and say we didn't get to vote because we were like stalling and filibustering. Jesus. Yeah. Could you imagine? I've been in church services where I don't fall asleep and they're more boring than this. Because I'm in church, and I don't want my mom or my aunt to like elbow me saying, "Wake up!"
A 7-hour Easter vigil mass.
Yeah, like when you're going to, you're going to midnight mass, right? And you're drunk or you're tired, and you have to go to church when you're a Catholic kid growing up in South Philly.
That's it.
And then you go to midnight mass, and you're nodding off because you've been, hitting the anisette early as a young kid when you're not supposed to be drinking, but you go to church. And then it's like they go on and on and on. And then, listen, I love organ music, and I love the choir singing.
I know, but it puts you to sleep.
But then I'm tired. I got to get up and go out the next day, Go look out for chicks. I got to get ready for the Mummers Parade to make out with strangers on Broad Street.
Now,
you know what I mean?
David, in, I think it's SC, South Carolina, I wish a Republican would go in there and point out all the sleepers.
The Republicans aren't paying attention to this. They're getting ready to vote.
I love the slow nod. Ready? Watch the slow nod,
yes.
guys. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. Oh, there it is.
There she goes. That nodding off.
Ready?
The head goes down there. They got her out of there. They wheeled her out, I think.
Now, do we have anything else on the cut sheet?
Wake up for the TV.
Oh, we have tons. We have tons on the cut sheet. I don't want to move on.
No, this is good. This is live. You're getting live democracy here, folks. You're not getting this anywhere else. This is C-SPAN. Even the networks aren't covering this. You got to go to C-SPAN 1, 2, or 3. I have C-Spandex on my TV. I put that on if I want to get excited. When I see spandex, I pop right up. You know what I mean?
So seriously, guys, this is a live shot, right, that we're looking at.
Yes.
And look, second row. You're right. They switched them out.
The sleepers are gone, and now they bring in a couple of PSA. We got to get somebody who's awake. Slide somebody in that second row there.
We need
behind
to bring in,
and then the guy with the tie with the yellow shirt. I think he's still there. No, I think he's out of there too.
He's not.
He's gone too.
Yeah.
Look, somebody was watching C-SPAN.
Oh wait, but that guy.
I mean, had to tap.
I think
there's
so.
somebody sitting in the DNC headquarters, and they're tapping. Saying, "We got to tap that guy with the pink."
Maybe they
the woman
have,
with the pink. She's got to go.
Maybe they have little buzzers underneath the chair. That
No, you don't have that. It's a joke.
Oh, this guy looks real bored. Look at him.
Oh yeah, he's going to be next.
Yeah.
They're going to tell him.
Oh yeah, let's get the standing ovation.
Someone come save me.
They have to build in these standing ovations to show that everybody's still awake.
Yes.
Yeah.
We should break, guys.
Let's break.
We need the cut sheet on the other side with some aliens. We got Diddy. We got so much to still cover.
Fireworks. We got baby oil. We got ginger car wash owners. We got it all because it's Thirsty Thursday, July 3rd. Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, in for Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey everyone, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate your freedom by doing something good for your health. Rescue Natural Supplements Independence Day sale is going on now. Save 45% on 4 or more of their specially formulated supplements with the code FREEDOM. Mix and match single bottles to support a healthy heart, immunity, energy levels, or simply to up your nutrient intake. Rescue has you covered with proven natural solutions to feel your best every day. To take advantage of this star-spangled deal, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Rescue's Independence Day sale ends Sunday, July 6th, so don't miss out. Remember, shop res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM. Again, the code is FREEDOM for 45% off 4 or more single bottles.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The continuing rise of the cost of goods and services threatens to erode your retirement future.
Susan Sinoski, Downingtown, Pennsylvania. Retirees should be thinking about how much money they have and how long it's going to last. Costs are just skyrocketing. Medical costs, housing, food especially. And when was the last time you ever heard of a tax decrease? And I have to say, I have no fear at all because my money is safeguarded with Crash-Proof Retirement. And with our Crash-Proof Retirement system, our money is not just stable, but it's actually increasing much more than we had expected. That money is always added to our principal without anybody getting a cut of that. It's just ours. We earn it, it goes into our account, and it continues to grow and multiply. My entire investment for retirement is protected.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
10, 20, 25, 30, Eagles.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
My dad Len always says, the minute you get in a rideshare, buckle up.
And my son Jordan always says, the minute you get in a rideshare accident, first seek medical attention and then call us. This is Len Lundy.
And I'm Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. My dad and I hope we'll never meet you because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers.
Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kayal here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here Wednesday morning, July 9th on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
They don't make furniture like they used to, and that's exactly why Bucks County Estate Traders is your summer home upgrade destination. Now through July 7th during their 4th of July sale, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Whether your style is classic, modern, rustic, or traditional, you'll find over 16,000 pieces of high-end furniture, from vintage treasures to designer showstoppers. We're talking about brands like Stickley, Baker, Henredon, and more. The kind of quality that lasts for generations at a fraction of retail prices. And unlike big box stores, if you see something you love, you could take it home the same day. Every piece with a QR code for instant info, and their team, well, they're straight shooters who know their stuff. No pushy sales tactics. Shop the sale at buckscountyestatetraders.com with code USA25, or visit their Hatfield showroom, now open extended hours and Sundays. The 4th of July sale is underway right now. Again, 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Oh, yeah. Diddy. Robin, did you get the extra baby oil yesterday at CVS when we were out?
Oh, man. I knew there was something I was forgetting.
Baby oil sales skyrocketing right now. I just went to, I'm going to have to go there. I think the baby oil shelves are all emptied out now because there ain't no party like a Diddy party after you get off of major charges of racketeering, only to get slapped with some minor prostitution thingy, you know? But most people think prostitution should be legal anyway.
Yes. Well, let me tell you exactly.
You got a little ditty about Diddy?
I have a little ditty about Diddy. So the jury has acquitted Sean Diddy Combs of the most serious charges against him. So the federal sex crimes, gone. The 12-person jury convicted the music mogul on 2 minor accounts. They found Combs guilty of not guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking, but they did find him guilty of 2 of the 5 total federal charges. Right. The 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution, which pertain to his former girlfriend's.
And who hasn't done that? You know, when you had a couple extra bucks, maybe you got a big income tax check a couple years ago.
And you want to, party hardy, and the anonymous Jane, that those carry a maximum sentence of 10 years in prison on each count, but sentencing guidelines could ultimately dictate a minimum of 5 1/4 year maximum. So the judge denied bail and ordered for him to remain in jail. Suggested a sentencing hearing in October, but has left the door open for an expedited court date.
Are they going to let him out on the streets?
His attorney had this to say, guys.
Today's a great victory. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for the jury system. You saw that the Southern District of New York prosecutors came at him with all that they had. They're not stopping, but one thing stands between.
Yeah, we don't need to hear
There you
all
go.
that. Yeah.
No.
Well, of course. I mean, give the defense credit. They didn't even have to put a witness up.
Yeah.
They let the prosecution go on and on and on and on, and then the jury got bored like people listening to Hakeem Jeffries in the U.S. House of Representatives.
Well, from everything that we're reading, the mistake that they made was going after him for a RICO charge.
Yeah, because people don't even know what RICO is. They think it was the guy who did RICO Suave. Remember that?
Suave. But I think
RICO.
charges are so extreme and so large that there was that everybody pretty much knew that was overcharging him for something that they were.
And I hate being overcharged, Robin.
So they should not have done that. And maybe then the other charges would have been a little bit more clear and would have been able to stick.
But it doesn't matter because he got out. And the good news is CNN was all over it. Laura Coates nailed this.
And etiquette that is happening inside of a courtroom. No, instead, I kid you not, people are pouring baby oil on one another outside this courthouse. Baby oil having a very big play in the freak-offs we heard about. You had people saying it's not RICO, it's Frico. You got applause coming when the mother of Sean Diddy Combs, Miss Janice, got out of the vehicle just a few moments ago, really, behind us and walked inside to elated cheers and her greeting the crowd. Every time the family, the children, the 6 adult children come in, 3 boys and 3 girls, they are met by cheers, and also at times throughout the course of trial, met by scathing and disrespectful comments, are pouring baby oil on one another.
Yeah, baby oil, baby.
I think we have video of that as well, don't we?
And the great point, I made this point earlier, and Sam checking in on the live stream, you know who the prosecutor was?
Who?
Jim Comey's daughter. She lost that trial and she lost the other trial that was going on. But when you see a chick with a blue fake wig on, and she even took it off, I mean, you got to leave the wig on. Somebody's got to rip that off of you. But you got a chick with a blue wig putting baby oil on. I don't like baby oil. You like baby oil, Robin?
No, it's not good for you.
It's not good for you. It's not even good for babies, is it?
It's not good for anything on a woman.
And why do we keep making it?
I don't know. Well, it's because Johnson & Johnson had a really good marketing campaign back in the day. It's like baby powder. Baby powder is also not good. It causes cancer.
I know. Remember when we couldn't eat eggs anymore or drink coffee or everything else was deadly? Yeah, exactly. Patty C., where the hell are the environmentalists? There's an oil slick in Manhattan now.
Sorry, I went silent because I was doing some research here. I was trying to find out how much baby oil does WWE purchase on an annual basis, and regrettably, that information is not available. But Tony, didn't you enter into the ring one time and do some wrestling at one point in your career?
No, I did. I did host a rigatoni wrestling event one night, and it was women at Louis D's Double Visions up in the suburbs when I was doing the morning show at 12:10 back in the day when it was WCAU.
What is Louis D's Double Vision? It sounds like
it's one of it's one of the strip clubs.
Okay,
Louis D had so it's double visions. He has visions, double visions, triple visions. Now he's got bifocals, so his vision is perfect now. Got rid of the cataracts and the bad people working in the club. But I had women rigatoni wrestling in a big vat.
Was it with a red sauce?
No, with no sauce.
No sauce. I was going to say, because that would look really bad.
Yeah. But I did, though, there's a tape of it somewhere. It's one of the all-time great bits. And it wasn't like Hakeem Jeffries. It wasn't orchestrated. I was standing over this vat watching women in bikinis wrestle in rigatoni. You know, because I love rigatoni. You know that?
Yeah.
It wasn't al dente. It was al dente, though. I actually picked up a rigatoni and tasted it. And then something went terribly, terribly wrong because one of the girls, but I don't want to give it away, there's no gravy.
Yeah, that would look, I'm just trying to picture 2 women with red gravy all over them.
They didn't have gravy, Robin.
I know.
It was just rigatoni and oil.
I'm glad.
I think there was a little extra for EVOO back when it wasn't $17 a quart.
Robin, do you have this footage? Is this in the archive anywhere?
No,
Oh.
I have.
Somebody has this tape out there.
Is our archivist still around? The Tony Bruno official archivist?
Yeah, I think he had it. But one of the lines that I yelled out during the thing, and I said, "Oh my God, there's a linguine in the thing." See if you catch that reference, Robin. I said, wait, I thought this was rigatoni wrestling. I thought I just saw a linguini in there. Tell me if you understand what I was talking about when I was doing the play-by-play.
I do, but we don't have to talk about that.
Because that's the kind of mind I had.
Just got it. Oh,
you get it?
Yeah, shape of the
You know,
noodle.
It's theater. That's my ad lib. That's why I was a successful broadcaster at one point in my life, Robin.
Hey.
I was doing live play-by-play of women wrestling in rigatoni. Now you know I love it. I love it al forno, but I wasn't going to go put it in the oven, and put some sauce on it and some mozzarella cheese on top. You know what I mean?
Sometimes all women know that sometimes that just happens.
I know it does. I wasn't making fun of it. I didn't even acknowledge it.
What,
I just made
rigatoni
a
wrestling
quick
just happens?
No, it was promoted.
No, but to Robin's point, she says every woman knows it just happens. Yeah, rigatoni wrestling.
It was
the linguini.
Something just as exciting. Let's check back in, guys. As rigatoni
let's
wrestling.
go back live. Is Dollar Store Obama still at it?
Yep, he's still going. Yep, here we go. Yeah.
Against his
the sleeper cells have been removed now.
Tony.
What?
You were talking about rigatoni.
I'm
You know
so
what
thankful.
else is very, very Italian?
What?
Rita's Italian Water Ice.
Love Rita's.
And this segment happens to be sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice.
We have Rita's here in Florida, too.
I know. I'm so excited. I want to go get their mango. Rocket Pop Ice has landed at Rita's. Enjoy a blast of flavor inspired by the
Pop?
Remember
Wait,
those
repeat
old
that? Yeah.
Remember those old iconic Rocket Pop popsicles?
Yeah.
Well, that inspired the iconic red, white, and blue ice pop. Top it off with a new firecracker glitter topping for an extra spark of deliciousness. It's only here for a limited time, so stop by and try Rocket Pop Ice today. Be cool, eat at Rita's.
Robin used to do the Rita's commercial.
I did.
Not just on one radio. Yeah, she was the voice of Rita's Water Ice.
It was the
Water
voice.
Ice.
I felt some nostalgia when I heard you reading that. I didn't know why,
Yeah, Robin's Rita. We love Rita's.
I did Rita's commercials for like 2 years, I think.
Exactly right. Yeah, Gulf Coast of Florida is kind of Philly South. You're absolutely right, ipso facto. No, there wasn't a Cosby pudding pop in there. They don't have those anymore. I think they've been discontinued. Let's go back to Timo Obama.
No, we have to break.
Oh, we have to become a break?
And you're
Just give me a couple
leading
seconds.
by example.
Oh, yeah.
I can tell stories about every single one of us.
Oh, that's good. Tell
Who in
us.
this moment recognizes that we have to keep rising to the occasion.
You know what's going on here, guys? And I hate to say, I think Hakeem Jeffries is threatened because he saw what Cory Booker did and the amount of hype that Cory Booker got on a presidential scale after doing what he did, that he wants to emulate that, I think, himself and recapture the magic that he had prior to that.
Probably.
Well, I don't see the chinless moron Brian Fitzpatrick of Bucks County out there. He's probably sleeping. You look at that guy. He's got no chin. Is he there? He's probably sleeping in the back. Well, no, that's all the Democrats. But he's basically a rhino, right? Isn't he a rhino?
Yes.
Exactly.
What do you guys get from a pampered cow?
I don't know.
Spoiled milk!
Oh, come on, man.
We got a request in the YouTube chat from Chris to bring back some of those good old firecracker. You know how they used to have on the stick those really corny jokes? That was That was one of those jokes. Sorry,
they still make rocket pops, but they're really tiny now. MM1 says, and I believe Hakeem Jeffries will be flying right to Philadelphia to represent District Council 33 in the negotiations to end the tax strike. Of course, the negotiations, he'll be talking all weekend during the Made in America concert on the Parkway just to try to get the folks in Philadelphia fired up as they wade through tons of trash. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, we're going to take a break. We're coming back. The cut sheet goes on, and we'll have breaking news, and we'll keep the three broads behind Timu are sharing a blanket now, I heard. But we'll get you updated on the strike. Coming up a little later on, we'll get the very latest on the trash strike. And our good friend, retired Sergeant Mark Fusetti, will join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Plus, we will have Fight Club in the 9 o'clock hour, too. So a whole bunch more still ahead. Stay with us. It's Thursday, July 3rd on Kayal Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family owned, American made, and tariff proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Dawn Stensland here with exciting news from my friends at Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and your dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Shop online, piazzaacura.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal, and you all know my respect for first responders. Join me once again in supporting the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour on Sunday, July 20th. You have tons of options. You can ride 65, 30, or 10 miles on the route from Philly to Atlantic City. And of course, be a part of the family-friendly celebration at the Showboat Hotel after the ride. You can even register to ride with me in Team 1210, as I'll be returning once again as captain of Team 1210. Join, whether you're riding or just donating to support the cause. Visit bend2shore.org. When you sign up with the code NICK1210, they'll knock $25 off the registration fee. That's bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210. Let's show everybody how 1210 WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement. Bend to Shore is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders and connects cops and kids through non-enforcement positive action. Bend2shore.org, promo code NICK1210.
Free speech lives here. With Dawn Stensland, 10 till noon. On Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back into Kayal & Company with Tony Bruno, Miss Robin Austin. We are midway through our Kayal & Company cut sheet, but man, have we veered off because a lot breaking down there in Washington, D.C. with the big, beautiful Bill Hakeem Jeffries still up there doing his thing. We'll put that up on the screen.
Let's go back live to see Spandex and see what Hakeem is saying right now. And by the way, I'm following the tweets on this thing. And again, I said the last couple of days I didn't want to talk about this, but today is D-Day. Let's be honest. They're going to vote on this. Hakeem Jeffries is filibustering, trying to keep the vote from happening so they can go home for the rest of the summer and not work again. Isn't that nice to have a job making, $175,000 grand to start and then have the whole month of August off to do nothing? Who wouldn't want that job? So Hakeem Jeffries is still absolutely laughable. It's an embarrassment. But we're getting now reports. In fact, one person tweeted earlier that what Hakeem Jeffries is doing is actually convincing more Republicans to vote yes on the bill. In fact, I just got Congresswoman Madeleine Dean, another one of our Philadelphia area hags. You know who she is, right? She's a washed-out blonde chick from the Philadelphia area, Montgomery and Berks counties.
We know Madeleine Dean well here.
Yeah, she's a hag. So she writes, from the House Democrats, as House Republicans try to jam through Trump's one big ugly bill, Representative Dean has a simple question on today's Democratic Daily Download. Why would anyone vote for this terrible bill? Why would anybody vote for you, Madeleine? You're a washed-out fraud, and you are a disgrace to Pennsylvania. And you hate guns, and I get it. But you ought to read carefully, Maddie. The right of citizens to bear arms shall not be questioned. So get your hands off our damn guns and go sit there and worship that idiot Hakeem Jeffries.
Decency.
Well, Sam on the chat room says that she is his CCP rep, so he totally agrees with you.
Yeah, she's an idiot. Pennsylvania has some of the dumbest people representing the state. And a lot of states have dumb people representing them. But I don't blame the dumb people. I don't blame the people who are representing them. I blame the people who are dumb enough to vote for these people. You know what I'm saying?
Tony, I thought my wife was pregnant. It's not compared to these guys' pauses. Listen how slow he is.
To these benefits.
Let's go back to him here.
And in an ideal world, our communities would be centered around love, harmony, and the protection of each other. That's the kind of leadership that this country needs and deserves right now, but that's the kind of leadership it's not getting from 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
I'm doing the same thing.
5
Mr.
Mississippi.
Speaker, Mark lives in Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. I believe that district is represented by our colleague, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What
I want to ask what happened?
What happened? He's a rhino.
God, he is so
He
smart.
moved?
I want to hear what he has to say here, but I don't want to listen for 5 minutes.
No, I want to hear him
2 sentences.
praise Brian Fitzpatrick.
That a few hours
it's
ago,
just driving me
several of my
insane.
Republican colleagues had principled opposition to Donald Trump's one big ugly bill. Several hours ago, how is it that so many of our Republican colleagues, Mr. Speaker, had principled opposition?
Dan, make it stop. Please make it stop.
His pauses are more pregnant than somebody that's been in labor for 25 hours.
So it's like I got a wife who's 5 months right now, and gosh.
On Medicaid, health care, supplemental nutritional assistance, assault on veterans, assault on clean energy jobs.
Does he think he's like...
I do. I think that he's doing this on purpose.
Of course he is, Robin. This is performative art.
Yes.
I've seen better musical theater and high schools than this.
Of a bill.
We're being begged on YouTube to make this stop.
I know. We need to make it stop, please. You are torturing.
It's boring, but this is live history, folks.
Spiral potential.
So you don't have to watch the news later to see what these clowns do when they're out there representing you, the people.
91.6 says he surpassed the Octomom at this point. Oh, and then Patty C, I agree. Just look at the group of folks in this shot. Is that a representation of America or a Benetton commercial?
Listen, I want to move on, but this is live news.
Yeah, Road
You turn away. This is like, an accident on I-95 and everybody's rubbernecking. This is live history being made. This isn't just some normal, stupid daily occurrence in Washington. There's hearings every day. This is the House getting ready to vote on the bill that everybody has an opinion on but knows nothing about. That's why I didn't want to talk about it yesterday or the day before or the day before that.
Purple Tie's getting ready to fall asleep. Purple Tie's going to fall asleep. He's almost gone.
This should incense you, regardless of who you vote for. This is what these people are trying to do so they can go home and pretend that they're heroes for voting against the bill. And now I'm seeing even J.D. Vance chimed in and said he's getting messages from other Republicans who are going to vote no, and because of what this idiot Jeffries is doing, they're going to turn and vote yes. What happens then? What happens if the nay Republican voters, and we know Fitzpatrick's a rhino, so he's going to stay with him. You know, I like that Hakeem Jeffries took a shot at him like he's an opponent.
Right.
He's basically one of them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm only keeping an eye on it. We're not going to go live wall to wall. I just want to see what's going on. That's all. Because this is live news. What should we do? Talk about something that happened 2 days ago?
Well, how about aliens?
Alien. Okay, let's talk about aliens.
You want to talk about aliens? I'm down to talk
about fireworks. Your grass growing is not live. My grass growing is live news because my grass was just put in yesterday and we got rain. And that's the kind of grass growing I like to watch.
Show everybody this. I'm going to hold it up to the camera, which I know is not the best way to show pictures, but you have to see this. Ready?
There's the live grass. There I am standing in front. Look at that. That's watching grass grow as it's installed. Thank you.
Yeah, the house looks really
It's a little bit fuzzy like that. Why is it fuzzy?
I don't know.
But anyway, that's Tony standing in front.
By the way, Sarah Weiss checking in on the YouTube chat. Good morning. Sorry I'm late to the convo. I was driving to work when Tony mentioned Double Visions. It's up the street from me in Horsham. Been there a few times. See, nobody has better local knowledge of the Delaware Valley than yours truly.
Correct.
I can go Bucks. I can go Montgomery County. I can go a little Berks County if you want.
Get it all.
I can
Don't miss any of it.
I know. I won't, Frank.
We got a break. Should we do aliens after the break? Coast to coast with Tony Bruno and Miss Robin.
Let's come back with aliens.
In fact, I was up at 4 o'clock this morning listening to, what's his name, the guy overnight talking about George Norrie and some psychic. People would call in and ask, hey, I have the sore hip. Can you tell me what's going on? And then the guy says, I don't know where my hip is. And every time the guy asked the psychic a question, a person, a man or a woman, he would say, do you have this problem? No.
Now,
so a psychic can now tell you instantly within 1 second of being on a phone call to an overnight talk show, which used to be about aliens, and now is about everything.
Now, speaking of psychics, though, we have met a psychic recently who is the real freaking deal.
Yes.
She just helped solve a murder, and we are going to have her on the Tony Bruno show into the night. Coming up here in the next, well, probably it's not going to be for another month until we move into the new house and have the new studio set up. But she is also a medical intuitive.
Yes, she is. Whatever that is. But whatever it is, I want it.
Yes.
I do know my stuff. Come on, man.
So
by the way, Helen Beam, you know who Helen is, Helene. See, I helped Tony roll out a lawn once. I had to water it as it was put down. So, you know, I'm not just some pretty voice on the radio and TV. I work with my hands.
Look at you.
I cut myself. I bleed for you.
Yes.
I would die for you.
When we come back, speaking of hands, the Philadelphia children and Pennsylvania children as a whole are going to have to start doing something new with their hands coming up.
What?
Yes, it is. Well, we'll talk about that when we come back, and we will have more on the cut.
And we're going to go aliens, and we're going to go, we're going to go invasions from space.
We got a long Fight Club today, too, coming up as well.
Yeah, we got the Fight Club. And we got Mark Fusetti coming up in the next hour to get the very latest on what's going on with the trash strike as we get closer to the big 4th of July weekend. Don't go away. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career, or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Back on the scene with the morning talk show routine. Tony Bird on Miss Robin in here, and we're following what's going on in Washington because that's breaking news. I mean, even though it's boring news, it's going to be a big deal today because this is when it's going to be decided one way or the other.
You think that they're actually going to be able to come to a final vote?
No, they have to vote. They have to vote.
Right, but do you think it's actually going to be finalized?
Yeah, the House has to finalize the vote. And if it passes, then Trump signs it. If it doesn't, then it goes away. That's how it works. And I know people don't, it's a boring, tedious process, but what makes it a non-boring and tedious process to me is the clown show that we were able to tune into occasionally just to check in. And by the way, I want to remind all of our great followers, on the YouTube chat, to stop fighting, all right? I don't need anybody to defend me. I'm a big boy now. I know Bryn Mawr Builders guy doesn't like me and he takes shots, and I get it. We go back and forth. And Chris Ippolito has been defending me, and Kevin Poles. I don't need anybody to fight on my behalf. Bryn Mawr Builders, he asked a question earlier and then he bailed on the show, which is fine. Nobody has to be locked in for all 4 hours.
But it helps.
It helps.
Because you don't want to miss out on anything.
So he asked a question earlier about who deserves health insurance, and I answered it, and he was gone, and they came back, and then there was this fight. I don't want people fighting. No fighting. Yeah, just turn it off. No, don't turn it off.
We want people to be lovers, not fighters.
You're damn right. That's what I am.
Speaking of lovers, please hit that thumbs up. The thumbs up is showing you love. Show your love.
Show your love. Show your love.
If you no matter what you're watching or listening on, make sure that you share the show and you show your love. Show your love.
And follow us on Twitter at Tony Bruno Show. How I don't have over 100,000 followers may be the greatest mystery since Hillary Clinton asked, how do I not have 50 million more votes? Or whatever the hell she asked a couple of years ago.
Still being throttled.
I am being throttled by Elon Musk, and I was a supporter of his.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's by Elon. I think that there are still some bad seeds inside Twitter, even though they're part of a lot of people.
And we hate bad seeds.
Yes, we do. But let's go back to Philly. Actually, it's not just Philly.
We're not going back. We're already there.
It's all of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania
is going to have a new rule on the books in schools.
What's the new rule? That they have to actually show up for class and then maybe have air conditioning in there?
That would help.
Yeah.
But there's going to be some new education, or back to the old education.
We don't need no education, Robin. Leave those kids alone.
Do you have the video, Dan?
No, I don't have it. Oh, you have the video of the new law?
Of the what?
The new rule.
Oh, no, I don't have the video of it.
Oh, I sent it to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'll have that for you in a second then. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, no, I sent it to you. But Fox 29 did a new story on it, and it's just been passed that the Pennsylvania House has approved that cursive writing is now going to be back on the books.
Well, people curse when they write all the time. I mean, I drop a lot of F-bombs, and you could. The good thing about that, you can use curse words without using the actual curse word. Like on Twitter, you can then take a letter out, and it's still a curse word.
Dear, not that kind of cursive. Okay. It's actually cursive. You know, the old school handwriting.
Yeah, I know cursive.
Where everything flows and is all attached together.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't even know how to read cursive writing.
I remember when I was obsessed with what's the writing with the pen, and it's
calligraphy.
Calligraphy, yeah, and Caligula. I would do calligraphy while watching Caligula on an endless loop at 2 a.m. But that's a different story for a different time. You know what I'm saying?
But I mean, do you think that this is really something that kids should be?
Yes, I think people should be able to write. Even though I print, I do a combination of print and cursive.
You have beautiful handwriting.
No, it's not beautiful. It's sloppy.
Sarcasm.
No, I used to have beautiful handwriting.
I don't understand. But
now I like the print.
Of all the things that they could concentrate on to have schools have to have kids do, when we're having kids graduate that don't know how to read, they don't know how to write, they don't know how to do arithmetic, and we're going to try to make them learn cursive. I think cursive is beautiful.
Nobody writes anymore, Robin.
I know.
Nobody writes anything.
So why are we going to spend this much time and effort on cursive handwriting?
Sorry for the delay. Here you go.
Ryan. To learn cursive handwriting, the State House passed a bill
last week
that would mandate cursive writing in all public and private elementary schools in the Commonwealth. Sponsors of the bill say studies have shown writing in cursive stimulates areas of the brain linked to memory, language, thinking, and has been found to support better and fine motor development, better motor skills. Pennsylvania would become the 25th state to require cursive instruction. The legislation now heads to the state Senate. I'll have to look up which other states require cursive. I bet there's people that we work with can't read cursive.
The great Mike Jarek on Fox 29.
Well, I did not know about how it stimulates the brain in certain ways.
I don't know either, Robin. I don't know who's proposing that. How about just learn the basics? Reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's all I want from kids. Luckily, my kids are grown, but my grandkids, they're going to learn reading, writing. I don't care if they write cursive. People use computers now.
You know what else?
People don't do notes like this. My notes are a combination of cursive and then individual letters. It's faster writing in cursive than it is to print words. Do you know that?
Everything that Mike mentioned that stimulates the brain for all those different things, art does the exact same thing. And in a way, cursive is very artistic. So I bet you that's why it stimulates the brain, the same thing as art. Just allow kids to have art classes.
I agree.
Forget cursive.
That's right. Teach your children well, and then hope they grow up and are not criminals. Meanwhile, We should break because we got a lot still to come. We've got the Fight Club in the next hour. And we're not going to go back to Hakeem Jeffries unless his head explodes all over and we see blood splattered all over the sleeping Democrats behind him. Then we will go back live to see Spandex. But and then we'll have Mark Fusetti, retired sergeant, coming up next hour, Fight Club, and we'll wrap up this crazy, crazy week in the next hour on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning, 9 o'clock, the final hour here. Kayal and Company, Tony Bruno, Miss Robin. We have breaking news, and it has nothing to do with Hakeem Jeffries and his nonsense. The unemployment numbers are out, and apparently the stock market is taking off as the economy added 147,000 jobs in the month of June, beating expectations. The unemployment rate ticked lower, and depending on who you watch, even the New York Times, U.S. hiring remains solid. After the June jobs report, people didn't know what to expect, but the U.S. economy added 147,000 jobs, much higher than expected, and the unemployment rate falls to 4.1%. Stocks are surging. Bonds sold off after the economy blew past expectations today, and even the Wall Street Journal says U.S. hiring defied expectations, the unemployment rate down, and so people now, of course, you got the naysayers out there who are looking at the raw numbers and somehow coming up with this as being bad. So to me, I look at all the major news outlets, not all of these people with agendas, but the facts of the numbers are the numbers. Unemployment drops to 4.1% in June, better than the expected 4.3, and down from 4.2 in May.
Wow.
So take with it what you will, all you economists, stock market experts. It's not, and then I like this. One flag is that the long-term unemployment rate continues to creep up, not at scary levels by any mean, but again, consistent with other metrics suggesting that finding a job is harder now than it was a few years ago. And one of the reasons why is because a lot of people, the people who are in the country illegally and working for anything, they're being eliminated from the workforce, forcing companies to now, who are looking for new employees, to have to pay them better wages.
Right.
And isn't that what everybody wants? Listen, everybody wants to pay somebody less money than you want to pay them for their jobs, but I want to pay people the fair wage. You do a job, I pay you the fair wage. If you want to rip me off, I'm not going to pay you. You know, if you want, I know what the numbers are. You know what the numbers are. We negotiate. We come to an agreement. That's the way it works in the job market, right?
I mean, it used to be that people were saying, we should punish the employers for hiring illegals. Obviously, that never happened.
Because we used to have this verify, right? ID.
E-Verify, yeah.
E-Verify. Everybody was in favor of, if you're an employer, you have to make sure that they have ID to prove that they're a citizen. Then all of a sudden, times change, and now nobody cares about E-Verify anymore.
Right. That was to help employers make sure that they were supposedly hiring legal people.
Correct.
But they still never punished. Like if somebody was raided and they discovered that they had been hiring illegals, those employers were never punished. They were never penalized or anything like that. So now that the illegals are being made to leave, they're being deported, and it's forcing those employers to hire Americans at higher wages. That, in a way, is a punishment, which nobody should complain about. Like, this is something that employers should be forced to do.
But Robin, the bottom line is that people react on how things affect them personally. And that's the way we all are. It's human nature. But a lot of people, they see these numbers, they see the big, beautiful bill numbers. They don't know what any of this stuff means. They know when they look at their bank accounts, when they look at how much money they have to pay or how much money they make versus what they put out. We're not the government. We have to pay our bills or keep paying ridiculous interest rates on things that we charge. So the most people understand that. But what people respond to when the news is positive, then the stock market goes up.
Right.
And the same people who claim that the stock market's crashing because of one president and it's going up because of another president, they don't have stocks. Most people don't have stocks. The average person doesn't have a stock portfolio. I don't have a stock portfolio. I have a 401k that's managed by Fidelity, right? Mm-hmm. So I don't go in there and tell them what to do. They manage my money and they take a piece of the action because I'm not an expert on finances. So you can do that every day. You can figure out what's going on.
I do have
but one thing about the employment, these numbers are out. And the question now is, as this debate goes on in Congress, as the House is still, filibustering that they don't want to vote on the big, beautiful bill, whatever they call it, that this may influence people to vote for it. So again, I'm not a political analyst, even though I was a political science major and a journalism major in college, and I started in the news business. I try to understand things, but I try to understand them as it affects the average person, not the millionaires and billionaires and those folks.
I have
So
Rick
that's what's going
Santilli,
on.
from CNBC, his reaction, or I also have Bloomberg, if you want either of those. Take a quick listen. You want Santilli?
Yeah, let's hear it.
To find a higher number than that, well, you're going back to last year. So this is tied for the, second best, tied for the first best number of job creation of the year. Now, let's look at the numbers for unemployment rate. That number is coming in at, it's coming in at, where is it to underemployment? There it is, 4.1%. Sorry, folks, we do this on the fly. 4.1%, and obviously 4.1 equals where we were in February to find a lower unemployment rate the beginning of the year when it was at 4%. Now, if we look at average hourly earnings.
He goes on from there, but also Bloomberg, astounded by the numbers.
And this is good news, much better than expected. An upside surprise on headline payrolls, 147, the estimate 106. The unemployment rate was at 4.2. In our survey, economists were looking for that to climb up to 4.3. It comes in at 4.1. And if you want some high-frequency data, or at least some higher-frequency data, jobless claims, much lower than expected. Across the board here in the labour market, this is a pretty solid read.
So there you have it. These are two, Bloomberg and CNBC, which is hardly a right-wing operation. They just give you numbers. That's what. And the people who have these tickers in their offices and they're looking at the stock market and the tickers rolling, they're the ones who get into this. So that's the latest. Do with it what you will. We just give you the facts. I'm not an economist. I'm just a nut. I'm the squirrel trying to find a nut.
Right. And there's no point in fighting over numbers. But you know what is the point about fighting?
What? Fight Club?
Kayal and Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a fight.
I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
Yes, they do. Fight Club sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. And what do we got today, guys? We got a big day. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's not Friday. It's Thursday. It's Thursday, but it's the end of the week, so we got a couple to go through. But first, let's bring in Thursday's entrance into the Fight Club. Fight Club, again, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com. Let's go with Thursday number 1. First off, Tony, I bring to the table. Yesterday, you said you love underdog stories. So before we play this, I want to put this up on the screen, and I don't want to play it yet. But right here, we have 3 individuals in an elevator. Tony, I want you to pick who will be the aggressor and who will be the winner if they were to get into a physical altercation. Tony, who do you think the aggressor will be?
Well, I only see one guy has a hoodie on, one guy has a beret on, and then there's a chick with a mask on.
And the guy with the beret is an older individual. So who do you think?
Okay.
So wait, so
he
one
has
of
a
these
dolly.
3 people, one of these 3 people. So who has a dolly?
The guy with the beret has a dolly.
Oh, does he have anything on the dolly? Hello,
Nope.
dolly.
All right.
It looks empty.
So let's play it out,
Let's go
guys.
to the tape. Let's
So,
go to the tape.
what do
The
we
door's
have?
closing. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's a 4th man
There's a
that
4th
just
guy.
walks
A
into the
4th guy
elevator.
turns around, looks at the
Last
old
minute
guy.
edition.
And he's got a bald spot. This guy's got a really bad bald spot.
And
He's
what
got
does he do? Guys,
What
look.
does he do?
Ready? Just out of nowhere, spits on there, pulls down his mask and
Oh
spits
my
on the
goodness.
guy. So what does my man with the dolly do? He says, guys, I need to handle something. If you don't mind, just leaving real quick. Takes the guy, throws him against the edge of the elevator, throws some punches, subdues the individual that just spit on him.
Oh, and he's got the head banging against the back wall, and he's got him down, and he's getting him in a full Nelson, and now the other people come in.
No,
and they wanna
we
get
just
some
went back
shots.
to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's a rerun.
I had to get
Well,
the
how about
replay there.
that? That's a headbanger's ball right there. I got a headache just watching that guy's head.
Okay.
The dude with the dolly is the hero.
Okay, yes.
Wait.
But
Door's closing. Nope.
Door's closing.
Don't let that happen.
Let me just give you a little rundown. This
He
was
pulls him out into the hallway.
this was a dad and his daughter
Yeah.
and another dude. I don't know who that was, but you can see that the daughter took the dolly out just to give dad a little bit more room,
Dad,
and then
it's the work is magic.
and then she like tapped him on the shoulder and says, "Dad, come on, that's enough. Let the guy live." And now
Also, he tries to get back
He tries
in.
to get back in, yeah.
Dad and daughter go back into the elevator after they finish tuning up the thug.
Yep.
With the bad bald spot.
I want that dad. That dad.
That's a good dad right there,
He's
man.
badass.
I would drop that. clown too if my daughter and I were in an elevator and some sucker in there came in and started some crap. You know what I'm saying?
We'll submit Thursday's entrance as the elevator escapades, guys. So, as you know, it's that time of the week where we go through the best of the week, the best clips of all week. So let's go back to Monday, where we're outside of a bar in Dallas, guys, and we have a cat fight breakout, and
I love this. I saw this one. Yeah, this was great. These are white girl wasted fighters too. These are white chicks with heels and stuff. They're all dolled up, and they're like messing their manicures, their heels. See, the smart girls take their shoes off. The one chick with the red, she's got her heels still on. You can't fight in heels. I never fight in heels when I'm out.
Oh, she's got those strappy heels too.
Oh, and then she's going to the face. And then the other chick, but the barefooted chick has a more solid footing, and she comes in and delivers a solid blow.
One lady was not wearing any underwear. She was going commando.
That is white girl wasted summer.
White Girl Wasted Summer is Monday's entrance. Tuesday, let's go to a carnival, guys.
Tuesday.
Let's bring out some neon and maybe not nudity this time, but close to it, because we have a situation here. Take a watch.
Oh yeah, this is good stuff here. When you're at Carnival that's basically like a state fair somewhere.
Yeah,
that's a state fair.
Well, wait a minute, but they all have coordinating outfits.
Yeah.
Was this like
I don't know,
some kind of performance
stripper convention?
I don't know. Oh, there went the weave.
We had one weave off already. I missed this one on Monday because we weren't working.
Oh, this is Tuesday. This is Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah, we're on to Tuesday now. This is Tuesday's entrance into the Kayal.
I think this is just a carnival. This is not the Carnival, because there's some like cheap amusement things in the back.
Oh, it's pink on pink. It's the girls that were on the same team.
Don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, they are.
They are. They have coordinating outfits. They all have the same pink hair weaves in, and
so the second in the ranks.
Yes.
So it's pink on pink crime.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. So we got pink on pink crime for Tuesday. Wednesday, guys, we have. Sorry about that, Phil. You can take control there. Wednesday, we have that Sprouts Showdown, where we have the supermarket fight of a very rotund individuals fighting it out, and then we have a boomer individual lady walk up, kind of just looking disappointed as to what she's seeing playing out with the younger generation.
Yeah, this is hard. This is hard to judge.
And then you have this other individual come up, walk, and put his hands just on his pockets as just watching.
The older lady was an employee. I saw a name tag.
Oh, was she? Okay. Yeah. So I can go back to that if you wanted, but here she is.
No, that's okay.
There's that name tag. So there we have Sprouts Showdown as Wednesday's entry, and then Thursday you saw the elevator escapades. So I ask Tony Bruno, Miss Robin, what do we have as the best fight of the week?
This is hard, man. This is a tough choice.
To go with White Girl Wasted. They were dressed up.
Yeah, because you don't normally see chicks all dolled up throwing down after a night
like
of
that.
No, I mean that. The other stuff is normal. And then the guy defending his daughter in an elevator, that's awesome.
That was awesome.
The other fights happen every day in supermarkets and even in like Whole Foods. But when you got white chicks, all dolled up, and the only smart ones were the ones with their shoes off so they can land solid blows. As I'm doing my fight Dr. Ferdy Pacheco from back in the day on HBO Fight Night.
Knock the out, man.
But then the chick with the high boots comes in. She delivers a kick to the face and then gets knocked out. So
the fact that
there were no winners here, but everybody's a loser. And they all go home losers after that.
And I also appreciate the fact that you could see who was going commando and who wasn't.
Which one was going commando? I didn't even notice that. I'm looking at form. The one that went down hard, the blonde?
Yeah, in a minute you will see that she was definitely going commando.
I did my best to censor this,
It is blurred out. It is blurred out.
This is my job censoring, so if you want to blame anyone, blame me.
No, you got to leave that's you can't edit content that actually happened. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
So, guys, I guess we'll go with that because we have it up on
White Girl Wasted.
YouTube.com/@12 and WPHT. The poll is up there. Please go follow your votes. Currently, 51 votes, 49% say catfight outside, White Girl Wasted. Looks like we might have the winner there, guys.
White Girl Wasted.
Yeah.
It's about time white girls wasted getting some attention.
Hey, well, we're on trash. Coming up next, we got Sergeant Mark Fusetti hanging on hold. He's going to take us inside the whole trash strike here in Philadelphia.
We're talking trash, baby.
Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 priority. You visit tricounty.com.
Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Whether it's Pennsylvania or New Jersey, obviously New York, the Northeast, they might have the best little mom and pop bakeries of any region of the country. Whether it's tomato pie or delicacies and desserts, cannolis. No wonder why we're all fat in the Northeast.
The bike ride is 2 months, so there's still plenty of time to train if you're not in bike shape.
Start your day with Kayal and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Back here live on a Thursday, Friday for many people, but Memorial Day. I'm good. That seemed like yesterday. 4th of July weekend is upon us, and Philadelphia still has a trash strike. When will it end? And things have gotten ugly here, and I don't like to see it because I said it a couple days ago. The Union District Council 33 holds all the cards, and now it's getting ugly. So we bring in a man who's got his finger on the pulse. He's written a book. He's got his own podcast, retired Sergeant Mark Fusetti joins us now with the latest. He's been commenting it on social media. Follow him. Philly Crime Update, Stinky Feet. These guys all are on top of what's going on. And, of course, the great Steve Keeley at Fox 29. Mark, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate it. What's the very latest, as you know, at this hour?
Well, I think it's, let me just say this. If anybody wanted to know what it's really like down in Kensington, but you didn't want to obviously go down there and look, now you can just go to these dump sites in your neighborhood, and that's a good idea. I mean, I don't know what geniuses came up with this idea, but, you know, it is. If it's anything, this is actually Philadelphia. This is a real Philly thing. Let's just have dumpsters on corners, throwing trash around, looking like some of the crack houses that, you know, we used to go into back, you know, on the job. It's unbelievable. It doesn't look like there's any end in sight to it either.
And the thing that's really crazy, Mark, is obviously, you know, I've seen trash pile up before, living in a small street in South Philly where they had to make the trash trucks smaller so they can get through to pick up the garbage. Yeah. And I feel bad for the garbage guys. I used to help them when there was a lot of bags. I'd go out and throw them in the back. But now you got the mayor and you got the city controller who basically now have to start suing the people that they need to get back to work. So how is this going to be resolved? And is there any chance of this, not only even mean the trash being picked up, but how are they going to do this Made in America thing and stop all the violence and stuff that's going on by some of these disgruntled union brethren who are now being told not to work even though they're not part of District Council 33?
Well, that's the problem here. Like, I think we all sympathize with the trash men. I like my guys. I give them a few bucks here and there. Man, they'll take a body out if I needed to. However, you know, it's the other people here where they're going around, you know, sabotaging cars. They were attacking police cars. A lot of this didn't make the news because they don't want to, you know, they don't want to give a black eye to the city every week. But I had cops call me like that were doing dispatch and they're saying their cars were getting vandalized. And then you see the clown that he slashes the tire of the water department guy and cuts his own hand and gets arrested and has to go to the hospital. Like, this is the madness that we're dealing with in this city. And I don't even know what happens. I mean, it doesn't seem like they got this anywhere close to the finish line. And the Made in America concert's always risky when it's at full, you know, when you have all the employees working and all the Philly cops working. It's always a little shaky down there at that point. That's going to be a wild one. I won't be down there.
Well, now, Mark, and the other thing is, you know, the city has to go to court, and they have to get court orders and injunctions to get, like, 9/11 people to go do their jobs. 9/11 operators.
Yeah. Yep. They had to force them back, and then those people that get forced back are getting hazed and you know, harassed by the other union members that don't have to get that aren't forced back. So, you know, it's crazy, these tactics. I did security for a local news, major news network around here about 10, 15 years ago when their cameramen went on strike. And what those people were doing to the scab cameramen that were coming in from outside the city was crazy. You think, you're going to hire these people back? Like, this is okay during negotiations? And that's what's happening with some of these members. They're going crazy out there with some of the sabotaging they're doing. And the media's hiding it. Well, I know Keeley gets out there and he really lets everyone know what's going on, but a lot of the other news stations are just like, all right, we're just going to let that go. It's wild out there.
And the visions of these dumpsters and stuff is all over the news. And Mike Androp, I know you know him. He also reports on stuff. It gives you Stinky Feed and Philly Crime Update. Do a great job. That's how I stay in touch with what's going on in Philly down here in Florida. But he says 30 vehicle tires flattened at 5000 block of Grays Avenue. And that's what's going on here. And you got, you know, at least they're not bringing out the inflatable rat because the inflatable, they don't need them. The rats are going to be everywhere now with all this trash on the streets.
This is going to be crazy. I'm telling the book I wrote with me and my childhood friend, my old partner. And when I mean partner, I mean my old partner in the warrant unit, not the other partner, as the beautiful May can attest to here. But the houses we used to go into were so dirty, full, you know, just so much trash in it that the rats wouldn't even go in it. And that's what these remind me of. This is what these houses or these dump sites remind me of. They remind me of old school Kensington crack houses that were so, you know, just run down and disgusting and dirty that the bugs and rats were like, we're not even going in there. And that's what some of these corners look like right now. Stinky just posted a bunch of photos from in the Northeast up on Academy Road. The trash is spilling into the roadway, and it's just sitting there. Like, I don't even know how they're doing it. Do they empty the dumpsters once a day or twice a day?
I don't know. But those are monster dumpsters. And these dumpsters are the biggest ones you can find. Even construction sites here in Florida don't have dumpsters that big.
Now, Mark, this is Miss Robin. I have a question. Why don't people that are upset about this and nothing's happening, it's like the stalemate, why don't they take their trash and put it in front of Sherelle Parker's house?
Well, because they're not going to allow it. How about Larry Krasner? Where's he? People don't know where to take the trash. They want to put their trash out because they pay taxes to have their trash collected.
It's funny because they blocked, from what I'm told, they blocked Mayor Parker's block off. You can't even get down her street because they were turning on the fire hydrants and flooding it out. So you're not getting down her street. And there's a couple dump sites in the city you can drive your stuff to anyway. But this is. I mean, I guess I thought they would at least put a trash truck at these corners. This dumpster thing is crazy. I mean, every sector of the city where they have them, it is just a landfill as what it is. And they didn't even tell people, like, I had to dig out to find out where I had to go. Luckily, my neighbor was like, I'll just take them around because he had a pickup truck. But a lot of people are telling, I heard somebody say yesterday, I think on the news, that she has to get on a bus to go take the trash to her dump spot.
It's insane.
This is insane. Like, if the trash men, listen, I sympathize for them. They work hard.
Yep.
They're up at crack of dawn. They're out late at night some nights. Some of these whoever else is in the DC 33, because it's so many different little agencies within the city.
Right.
I mean, give the trash men what they want. The other people, we're living without them, so.
Exactly, and that's the bottom line. And listen, I'm a union guy, and I've said this before. I'm in 2 unions. I'm not a scab guy. But the problem they're going to have now, even if this thing is settled today, they're not going to be able to get this stuff cleaned up forever. I mean, there's just so much float. I know the stuff floating in the river is probably like debris from way upstream, up north of the city, up in where trees get cut down and they wind up falling down the river on the Schuylkill. But it's going to be one of these situations that I know, like on Broad Street, right around the corner, they had those trash cans, and they're always, even when there was trash collection, people would go in and stuff those trash cans, and they're overflowing right on the street when we had trash collection.
Mm-hmm. And it's funny, you say that about the trash in the river. I have a creek that goes through my yard, and it cuts through Bustleton Avenue near my house, and every time it rains, it's literally like a dumpster was dumped in my yard because it all catches on the the rock bed near my yard. I have to go out. I'm afraid what's going to come into that creek because I live right near an apartment complex where they use it as a trash can anyway. Now with no trash being picked up, I don't even want to see what's going to start coming down in my yard.
Yeah, nobody wants to see this. I mean, as proud Philly guys, which I am and you are, nobody wants to see this happen to Philadelphia. I don't get joy watching Larry Krasner keep getting reelected. And by the way, where's he been? The people are committing, these are insurrections going on against private property, against businesses. I mean, these people are criminals. I know they may be, supporting their union, but what they've been doing is absolute criminal behavior. How many of these people are going to jail?
None will go. You know what we need to do is when they start taking these mug shots, photoshopping a MAGA hat on their head, and then that way Krasner will start, trying to lock people up.
Did he blame this on Trump yet? Did he blame this on Trump and his policies?
Probably. I'm sure he did. If not, he already has that. See, he already has that speech written. He just insert, different incident here and then just, blame everybody else except for himself. And hopefully this is the last time he's done. I mean, even like Jeff Cole called him out when he was running, like I've told people before, Pat Dugan that ran against him is my brother-in-law, my ex-brother-in-law. But he even asked him, he's like, Larry, what are you doing? Like, why are you still doing this? Like, he's like, oh, we still got things to do. He's like, you had 8 years to do it. I give it to Jeff Cole. He never holds back on Fox, and happy retirement to him. But it's over. I'm telling you, Tony, if he gets reelected again in the next after these 4 years, make sure there's a lot available next to your house, because I'm moving down there and I'm building right next to you, brother.
Well, we have an open lot, just happen to have one. And that's not just, there's a lot of real estate available here in Florida, in Southwest Florida, because they overbuilt, and now there's a lot of homes that are already built.
Now is
you
the
can get a
time to
great
buy.
deal. Now's the time to buy. Come on down, Florida. Everybody's coming down here. Everybody's moving down here.
I'll be down there in September. Me and my friend are going down to see Shane Gillis, the comedian. He's unbelievable. So when I'm down there, I'm coming.
He's a friend of
over.
my son's.
Come over. The house will be open in August, and we'll have a lot of our Philly friends hang out with us when they come down here, because there's a lot of Philly people. And again, I don't want people to leave their homes in Philly. You make that decision. A lot of people have a home down here where they come down here from November until May, and then they get the hell out of here and go back north and open up their pools in Washington Township, New Jersey. That's how it works. You have a summer home down here.
He does that. He does that every year.
Hey, if you can afford it, that's the wonderful way to do it.
I don't want to leave the city. I've been here. That's why I go on Twitter. That's why I scream from the mountaintops on everything that's wrong. But it's at some point you're just like, I'm done. I can't fight no more. This is how everybody wants to live here. Have it. I'm out.
And the thing that's the worst, and again, I don't know Sherelle Parker. She's the new mayor. This is really, really her first big test of how to handle stuff, and she's dropped the ball on this. And even Renee Garcia, they're getting clowned by this union. And how are they going to fix it? That's the bottom line. People want to know, how is this going to end?
I think it ends with Parker caving. I think she has to cave. I think that's what's going to wind up
absolutely.
happening.
She's got no leverage.
Yeah, we talked about it yesterday that the average or the starting salary for a sanitation worker is like a little bit over $40,000, and the average salary for a sanitation worker is 57 or 56. And if you've been there 15 or more years, then you're making like 65. That's like the top. In a city of Philadelphia with the prices for living in there, that's nothing.
Yeah, it's not.
And again,
you still can't afford it.
Yeah, and the bottom line is now, after they get this settled and give these people the raise that they deserve, they're going to have to pay buku in overtime just to get the trash off the streets again.
Yep,
and they do that as it is. Like sanitation, people may hold their nose to it, no pun intended, but some of those guys really work and they hustle, but they don't make enough, like you said, to live in this city.
No.
And it's not right. Where I was lucky, where I was able to get my house years ago cheap on a good mortgage rate. Now, I mean, everybody's paying what I pay for a mortgage, $2,000 plus. They're paying for a one-bedroom apartment in Frankfurt or in Kensington now, where you just scratch your head like, how is this even possible? And there was a list they just posted, like Cheryl Parker's like top 20 paid assistants, and
all six figures, right?
All making $180 and above.
Yep.
Like, hey, let's start. How about you slash that in half? You take that money and we start from there. But what do I know? I'm just,
Well, you still live there, man, and you know the city better than mostly anybody there. Old school guy, grow up in the city. I know that. I grew up in the city from 1952. I spent most of my life there, and it's sad. People think I like picking on Philadelphia. I don't. It pains me to see what's happening. I still have my family still there. It's not like I abandoned Philadelphia to move to Florida. This is where I wanted to retire, and so. But I'm there. My kids are there. My grandkids are there. In that area, and I don't want to see bad things happen. I hate seeing it in there. Yeah, her son still lives there, went to Drexel, moved from the West Coast. So, I mean, people love Philadelphia.
Sad. I grew up in Frankfurt. That's where I lived most of my life. Frankfurt, moved to Mayfair, then moved to Somerton. I moved up. That's how you did it back then, because, Frankfurt was a tough. I love the history. I love the neighborhood, everything I've learned. As a man came from that area, but you want to go somewhere a little safer. Mayfair, love Mayfair. Then I was forced out of Mayfair because of the rental situation. Yeah. They were just renting properties to everybody under the sun. People from New York came down, bought everything, and then you're like, okay, now I got to get out of here. Let me go somewhere even safer. And that's it. I'm at the end. I could throw a rock to Ben Salem or Feasterville,
Nowhere else.
and if I'm leaving anymore, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to just leave the whole state.
Hey, guys.
Yeah, my first home I bought on Brighton Street in Mayfair when I got married. That was the first home I could afford for $19,000. Yeah, right there in Mayfair. Frankfurt Avenue was great. The Concord roller skating rink. It was great. You can walk around. It was a great area. You walk down to the Devon movie theater, watch a movie for $1. You know what I mean? Those are the good old days. Well, yeah, I always gave $1. I told the person at the
Keep the penny.
I said, keep the set, keep the change, you filthy animal.
Get it all. Don't miss any of it.
Hey, can we get a South Philly report from the great South Philadelphian Italian meats master Frank in South Philly on the trash down there? Is it starting to smell down there yet, Frank?
We have Frank on the line?
Yeah.
Frank?
Hey, Tony, good morning to you guys. Listen, it's not the meat master, it's the food master of South Philadelphia.
The food master?
Food master of South Philadelphia, where we make our own homemade double gold, super side wine and prosciutto. But anyway,
Tony, making me hungry.
In South Philly, I looked at the it's public knowledge. There's eight dumpster sites in South Philadelphia alone. Now, here's the problem, Tone. We had a meeting over in regards to when they want to start the 2-day pickup and trash thing, right? And I was going to make a suggestion that would solve a lot of problems in regards to trash all over the place. And I had asked for a meeting for the mayor of Philadelphia, the commissioner of sanitation department, until that was 8 months ago. Until today, I still haven't heard a phone call that called me back to set that meeting up. Now, the dumpsters are in the middle of the street in front of residential houses. That's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That should never be. That should have never happened. And they have private haulers. The city's going to have to pay for them private haulers for the 20-yard containers that they have out there. Okay, here's the thing. Every other day, they should be picking that up because it's going to get filled up every other day, the 20-yard. Yeah. Now, in regards to rat problems, if they're going to start having rat problems, not knowing how long the strike is going to be, the rat problems, if they can limit that also. But I'm not going to put it on here because...
I feel like Frank knows a lot about eliminating rats there, Tom. Don't mean to make an Italian joke.
I'm the one who turned around and submitted the resolution for the problem of illegal dumping in Philadelphia to Councilman Kenyatta Johnson's office. We passed a resolution.
Sorry, we got to get back to...
Well, thanks, man. Appreciate the call. I know people don't want to live with trash around them. That's why we pay taxes. Just give us trash pickup, clean streets, paved roadways, mail delivery. Even, we pay for extra for that, too, because we want to have our mail delivered, and that's why you have all these different options. But when it comes to the city services, you don't have an option. Now, I don't know if you can call your own personal trash removal company, but then you're only getting a couple bags taken away.
We've been talking about how the Philadelphia city services have been getting cut back for years. I mean, on our street, on Sigel Street, it still had no parking on Tuesdays for...
Yeah, and that sign's been up since Frank Rizzo, since James Tate was the mayor.
Never saw street
They didn't do street cleaning anymore because it's too expensive. And I get it, and people want more money, and that's what happened. So is Mark still there, or is he gone?
He's still here.
All right, Mark, listen. I don't know. You heard Frank. I mean, there's a lot of, people love Philadelphia. I love Philadelphia. And we hate seeing stuff happen that makes Philadelphia a national embarrassment.
I hate it. That's why I was doing what I was doing. That's why Stinky and Philly Crime Update, that's why they do what they do. And for the record, everybody, I am not either of those accounts. It's hard enough doing one. I couldn't do three.
Sure.
So.
Yeah, I don't know how you get Stinky Feet. I don't know how he ever came up with that. I've never met him, actually. I don't know Stinky Feet, but Philly Crime Update guy, good guy. I follow him. I follow all these guys.
Yeah, I don't know who they are, but Stinky said he has shaken my hand before, so he's a snitch. But he's a great guy.
Did your hand smell after? Did you shake his foot? Because his feet stink, so don't touch his foot, especially when there's a trash strike, because you don't know where his feet have been, because they stink.
Yeah, I already see his photos with the trash all around. I can only imagine what's going on in his world right now. Good Lord, that guy. But, yeah, I hopefully this all, and like I said, I was rooting for Parker. I knew some things about her. I want to give her a fair chance, but you're right. She's getting tested now, and this is, I mean, this could determine. Well, actually, no. She'll get reelected. Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying her career is over.
What am I saying?
But I mean, we saw what happened on the Parkway. With an election night when they had that mess up there on the steps, and they ran out the Parkway, which is fine as long as they make money and they get sponsorships. I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And as long as my city wage tax doesn't go up any further, which can be a car payment. I mean, it's like,
By the way, no state income tax here in Florida, brother. No state income tax.
Listen, I'm already looking with both eyes. So, I mean, one more year up here, and then that's
if Governor DeSantis has anything to do about it, there will be no property tax for seniors either.
Well, he's not a senior yet. I am now.
Carry state too, right?
You're damn right.
Yes.
Is Florida
damn right.
Carry open? Yeah. All right. I'm coming.
We'll see you soon, Mark.
I'll see you all soon.
All right, Mark. Good job, man. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
Great talking to you. Happy 4th of July. Stay safe and have a great weekend, you guys.
You too, man. Thanks, buddy. There he is, Mark Fusetti,
right.
A real Philadelphia hero who gets it, understands it, and hurts when he sees what's happening with this trash strike.
By the way, if
Yes.
we had still been living there, our location would have been Broad and Snyder for the dumpster.
Well, people dump on Broad and Strider
All
anyway.
the time. Hey,
What?
you know what this hour is sponsored by?
Who? What?
Staples.
Staples?
How many times have we all said, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Everybody needs their passport, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples. That was easy.
It was easy. Very easy. We know what we have coming up.
What do we have coming up?
I don't know.
Phil's
Let's go to
Day.
Producer Day.
This day in music history from Phil Almquist.
Well, of course, Phil Almquist. That's
guys,
coming up.
we never got to the aliens. Do we still want to revisit that, or
do we have time? Let's get one alien story in here, because it's always the aliens.
We have to do that when we come back from the break, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Let's take a break. Then we'll come back and we'll talk some meteors, aliens, and then, of course, Phil Almquist with This Day in Music History. And then we'll put a bow on this baby and throw it out in the trash. But at least we have trash pickup here in Florida. Coming right back.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
There are so many terrifying political and economic trends tearing down the global economy. But your retirement does not have to collapse with it. The exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System guarantees over 6,000 clients not only survive, but thrive despite market volatility, guaranteeing protected growth that cannot be taken away.
My name is Robert Sims. I live in Levittown, Pennsylvania. The interest credited to my crash-proof retirement system can never be taken from me. With all the debt that the nation has, I am leery of where the economy is going to head long term. I feel good about where I sit with the crash-proof retirement system, regardless of where the economy goes in the next 5 years or so, because it has delivered on its promises.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Valued Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Well, we're winding down, and hopefully Hakeem Jeffries is still gone, but the longer he goes, the better this bill has a chance to pass.
Seriously.
In the opinion of many, not me, because I'm not paying attention anymore. But it's embarrassing.
Hey,
It's
Tony,
embarrassing.
before we get to
Yes.
Phil and the fabulous music segment, we have some sad news in the soccer world, which kind of reminds me of how we lost the Goudreau brothers.
Yes, they were bicycling.
Bicycling.
This is different, though.
This is slightly different, but it's still two brothers. Diogo Jota and his brother Andre, both soccer players. Diogo played for the Liverpool Football Club. They were in their home country of Portugal, driving a Lamborghini, and it looks like one of their tires burst and caused him to crash. The car burst into flames and killed both brothers.
And wasn't he married just last week?
Just married.
Like 5 days ago.
Yeah, 5 days prior. He and his wife had 3 children together, and they'd finally married 10 years after they had met and already had 3 children together. It's a very, very sad day for Portugal and for the soccer world.
And Liverpool, obviously, the club he played for.
Yeah.
All right, that's going to do it. We go. Well, let's go up on a cheery note, because it's the great weekend. It's when freedom rang, and we got rid of our king. Almost 250 years ago. It will be 250 years next year. But let's go to the man who knows all this stuff. the man who has his own show, the man who's here more than any other person at the radio station on any given day, the great Phil Almquist.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 3rd, we celebrate the birthday of Stephen Pearcy from Rat, who's 69, and the heavenly birthday of Laura Branigan. We also lost Jim Morrison from The Doors on this day in 71, and Brian Jones from The Stones in 69. Single include Gypsy from Uriah Heep in 70. Album include White Blood Cells by the White Stripes in 2001, Foreigner 4 in 81, Waiting for the Sun by The Doors in 68, and Lights, Camera, Revolution by Suicidal Tendencies in 1990. Also in 96, Alice in Chains played their last show with Lane Staley. In 60, Muddy Waters played at the Newport Jazz Festival. In 73, David Byrne appeared as Ziggy Stardust for the last time. And, David Bowie. Why did I Byrne? I don't have no idea. In 2010, Ozzy topped the mainstream rock chart. And in 83, the Red Hot Chili Peppers take the stage at the Kit Kat Club in Hollywood, wearing nothing but socks. But lastly, a couple notable movies came out today. Back to the Future in 85 and Terminator 2 in 92. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Thank you, Phil.
You're welcome.
Great week, great fun. Always do a great job, and it was a lot of fun filling in here. We have any closing notes, Robin? Have any final words?
No final words, although you will be filling back in for just one person who's missing, and I forget who that is. On next Wednesday, you're going to be there for the entire show, not just the one segment that you're not.
And we got to thank producer Big Dan, Phil Almquist, and of course our buddy. Is he back? Is he there today? Jim Kelly in the back room?
Yeah, Jim's over there. He's been working hard, helping us out as well.
I don't want to forget anybody, because you guys put this thing together, and I just come in here and facilitate.
I mean, we
I'm
can
a
also,
facilitator.
To add onto your list, thank Dave Scalish, Austin Yim for helping us out.
Yes, a man who technically, as we have an occasional glitch, Dave Scalish always gets it done. But he doesn't look like an engineer. He looks like an executive, doesn't he? Dave's just too joie de vivre to have an engineering license.
He really is very suave.
Are you implying that engineers are
most
not
engineers, back in my day, they used to have the pocket protectors. They were dorky, but not anymore. Not anymore. You follow me?
Also, our great operations manager, Frank Canal, for getting you guys set up in the first place.
Yes.
Frank Canal. I love his liquor stores in Jersey when I'm there.
So I got to ask, guys, I'm assuming you're off now to go back to the house. What is the timetable? When can we expect to finish? Next week, will we have a finished Tony Bruno? The July 4th deadline?
It won't be completely finished, but we got the sod in. And then once we get our temporary CO, the outside of the house has to be done first, and then the city gives us a permit to temporarily go inside, and we can actually start bringing furniture in as long as it's not against the wall. So we'll start the moving process.
Where are you living right now? Is this a house you
own?
We're
in a condo. We're in a condo in the South Cape Coral area.
It's about 25 minutes away from the house. So we have given notice. We are out of here July 31st, no matter what.
Even if we have to take it to the streets.
Yeah.
And live, even if we have to go to Alligator Alcatraz and rent one of those cots, but they'll be air conditioned and we can see some beautiful nature. We can see pythons.
Now let me propose this question. With what we're seeing with the Philadelphia strike and the trash on the streets versus Alligator Alcatraz, if you had to choose one to settle in after this deadline of your rent and live outside for a little while.
I'm taking Alligator because it's closer. I can drive there. and
there's air conditioning.
And there's air conditioning and there's comfortable cots. And there's good eats, and there's good food. There's an airstrip. There's an airstrip.
And if there are any rats, they're going to be taken care of by the alligators.
The pythons, the alligators, and don't forget the Florida Panthers, not the hockey team, the 2 times defending Stanley Cup champions. The Florida Panther is the state animal. Did you know that, Robin?
Yes.
And then we have the owls down here, too. The beautiful
burrowing
owls here.
I love them so much. I want to try to encourage a family of owls to move into our new property when we're done. I'm going to actually make a burrow for them, hoping that some little owl family is going to take up my condominium for them.
And Shafe says I should come up and stay at Lou Turk's for a while. Next time I'm up there, I got to make a quick trip. I haven't been to Lou Turk's in a while.
Guys, really quick, I didn't play this. I want your take because you're talking Florida.
I'm kind of with you on that, but Scott.
Yeah. I think we need restrictions on if you're over the age of 21 and you go to Disneyland or Disney World and you don't have children, straight to Alligator Alcatraz, El Salvador.
But have you ever been?
Disney for adults, guys, you in favor or no?
I agree. I know a lot of people who are married and have kids that go there on their own, but they're not creepy. Most of the adults who go there alone.
We have gone to
but
Disney.
no, but I'm not. We don't. But because I'm still a child, and we had a pass to go to Disney anymore.
That's true.
I used to get free tickets, and that's when I would go.
We have not taken advantage of the new Florida. Now that we're Florida residents, we get a cheaper.
I'll wait till we get the house done.
You have
All
to go
right,
back.
we'll see you guys later. Have a great weekend. Safe 4th of July. Be careful of the trash out there, and God bless America. It's still the greatest country on earth.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need CompuTrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.